What's up, guys? Welcome to Watch Harry. We've got something special today. Petunia's Squib sister tested Harry's blood at age 5 and found Dumbledore stole 12 family heirlooms from Potter Vault. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Let's dive in. Chapter 1. The blood doesn't lie. The fever had been going for 3 days. Petunia Dursley stood in the doorway of the cupboard under the stairs. She couldn't bring herself to call it the boys' room, even in her own head, because naming it that would require acknowledging what she'd done, and watched Harry sleep with the particular stillness of a sick child. His dark hair was matted against his forehead. His small chest rose and fell too quickly. The single blanket she'd given him was twisted around his legs like he'd been fighting it. He was 5 years old. He weighed, she suspected, about as much as a bag of groceries. "He'll be fine," Vernon had said that morning, not looking up from his newspaper. "Children get fevers. It's normal." Petunia had nodded. She was good at nodding. But it was the 3rd day, and the fever wasn't breaking, and last night she'd gone to check on him and found the glass of water she'd left on the floor beside his mattress, frozen solid. In June. In a cupboard with no air conditioning and a broken vent. The glass had been sitting in a small ring of ice that spread across the concrete floor like frost on a winter window, and Harry had been asleep in the middle of it looking, for the first time in 3 days, like he wasn't burning alive. His magic was trying to save him. That was what Petunia understood, in the cold place in her chest where she kept the things she refused to think about. His magic was doing what his body couldn't. Which meant the fever was worse than a normal fever. She was in the kitchen with the phone in her hand before she'd consciously decided to pick it up. The number was written inside the cover of her address book in handwriting so small it was nearly invisible. She'd done that deliberately, years ago, as if hiding it from herself would mean she'd never have to use it. She'd updated it twice when Ara moved, each time telling herself this was the last time. Each time knowing it wasn't. The phone rang 4 times. Then a voice answered, low and careful and immediately alert in the way of someone who never really stopped being alert. "Petunia." Not a question. Ara always knew. "It's Harry," Petunia said. 3 days. "The fever isn't breaking and last night there was," she stopped. Swallowed. There was ice. A brief silence. The kind that wasn't empty, the kind that was full of someone thinking very fast. "I'll be there in 2 hours, Ara said. "Don't take him to a Muggle hospital. Don't call anyone." "And Petunia?" Her voice shifted into something harder, something that Petunia had always secretly found more comforting than the softness, because it meant Ara was going to handle it. "Unlock the back garden gate." The line went dead. Petunia stood in her kitchen for a moment, holding the phone against her chest. Through the window she could see Vernon's car pulling into the drive. He'd come home for lunch, a Tuesday ritual she usually organized her morning around, and she put the phone back in its cradle and was already at the stove pretending to be busy with something when he came in through the front door. "Lunch ready?" he called. 15 minutes, she called back. She did not tell him about the call. Ara Evans arrived in 1 hour and 47 minutes, which meant she'd driven most of the M25 at speeds that were technically inadvisable. She came through the garden gate with a bag over her shoulder that was larger on the inside than the outside, one of the few magical artifacts she'd ever been given, a going-away present from a Hogwarts professor who'd felt guilty about her, which she'd kept because it was useful and thrown the guilt away because it wasn't. And she was wearing jeans and a gray jacket and the particular expression of someone who had been angry for a very long time and had learned to carry it quietly. She was 31 years old. She had Lily's eyes, not the exact color, which was a shade of green reserved for Harry, but the shape, the way they moved, always slightly too observant. She had their mother's cheekbones and their father's jaw, and she'd inherited from both of them a bone-deep stubbornness that had, over the years, been the single most useful thing about her. Petunia was waiting at the back door. They looked at each other for a moment with the specific complicated silence of two sisters who had not spoken in 8 months and had too many reasons for that gap and would not discuss any of them right now because there was a sick child involved. Where is he? Ara said. Petunia led her to the cupboard. Ara crouched in the doorway and looked at Harry for a long moment without touching him. He was awake, had woken up sometime in the last hour, Petunia thought, and he was watching Ara with the careful, very still watchfulness of a child who had learned that drawing attention to himself was usually bad. His eyes were enormous behind the tape-repaired glasses that were comically large for his small face. The fever had left 2 high spots of color on his cheekbones. "Hello," Ara said. Her voice came out differently than it did with Petunia. "Easier. I'm Ara. I'm your mum's sister. Your other aunt." Harry looked at her with the kind of open, uncomplicated assessment that only very small children and very honest people manage. "I didn't know I had another aunt," he said. His voice was hoarser than it should have been. "You do." Ara didn't flinch at the implication of that, didn't look at Petunia, didn't acknowledge it. Just kept her eyes on Harry. "How long have you been feeling rubbish?" 3 days, he said. "My head hurts." "I know. I'm going to help with that. Is it okay if I look at your arm? I just need to see your wrist for a moment." He considered this with a gravity that was slightly heartbreaking, and then extended his arm toward her with the careful formality of a child who had learned to conduct small negotiations. Ara took his wrist gently and pressed 2 fingers to the inside of it, and her other hand moved to the bag on her shoulder and came out with something that looked, to Petunia's eye, like a glass pen with nothing inside it. "What's that?" Harry asked. "A diagnostic stylus. It reads blood signatures, magical ones. Like a very fancy thermometer." Ara glanced up at him. "It won't hurt." "Okay," Harry said, with a trust that he really shouldn't have extended so easily to a stranger, and which Ara noted with a quiet ferocity she kept off her face. She pressed the tip of the stylus to the inside of Harry's wrist. It didn't break the skin. It didn't need to. The instrument worked through dermis-level resonance, reading the magical signature in the blood the way a tuning fork reads vibration in the air. Ara watched the glass barrel of it and waited. The color that bloomed inside it was not what she expected. She kept her face very still. Diagnostic styluses filled with colors that were broadly interpretable: pale gold for healthy magical signatures in children, deeper amber for active suppression of illness, red for acute magical distress, and various combinations thereof that a trained reader could parse into fairly precise diagnostic pictures. She had been using one for 9 years. She had seen most of what they could show. She had never seen this particular color before. It was gold, that part was normal, healthy base signature, but threaded through it, in patterns too deliberate to be natural, were 2 distinct other things. A deep, pulsing indigo that sat at the very center of the gold like something buried. And over everything, woven through the entire signature like a net, a color she could only describe as the silver of old scars. Old magic. Layered. Intentional. Someone had been inside this child's blood. Ara sat back on her heels and breathed through her nose for 4 seconds, which was the technique she used when she needed to be clinical instead of whatever the other thing was. Harry watched her do it with those enormous green eyes. "Am I sick?" he asked. "Your fever is a symptom," Ara said carefully. "Your magic is fighting something. It's actually working very hard to protect you, which is why there was ice last night." She saw his eyes flicker, surprise, and something more complicated, wondering if he was in trouble for the ice, and she added, "That was smart of your magic. You should be proud of it." Nobody had ever told Harry to be proud of his magic. That much was immediately obvious from the way his whole small face changed. Ara stood up and looked at her sister. Petunia was standing in the narrow corridor with her arms folded, wearing the expression she'd worn most of Ara's life, the one that was half defensive and half desperate and entirely exhausting. Ara had spent years being angry at that expression. Right now she had something more important to do with her anger. "I need to bring him to my car," Ara said. "I have a full diagnostic kit. Not just the stylus, the whole rig. This is going to take about an hour and he needs to be lying down somewhere more comfortable than. She did not finish that sentence. She did not look at the cupboard. Somewhere more comfortable. You're not taking him anywhere, Vernon said from the end of the corridor. Neither woman had heard him come in from the sitting room. He was standing there with his ham-pink face arranged into its default suspicious scowl, and he was looking at Ara the way he looked at anything he hadn't pre-approved, which was with the specific hostility of a man who was most comfortable when his world contained only things he already understood. Ara looked at him for one full second. It was not a long look. It covered a great deal of ground very efficiently. You must be Vernon, she said. And you must be the other one, he said. The freak sister. The Squib, Ara corrected pleasantly. The difference matters, medically speaking. I have no active magic, which means I can't accidentally trigger your wards or alert the ministry. What I can do is run a full magical blood work diagnostic on your nephew, who currently has a fever of 103 and has been in that cupboard for 3 days. She paused. The ice was his magic self-medicating. Without intervention, his temperature will continue climbing until his magic finds a more dramatic solution. I have seen this before. I can tell you that the dramatic solutions are extremely unpleasant for everyone's furnishings. Vernon stared at her. My car is in the street, Ara said. I'll have him back in 2 hours. He'll eat before I bring him back. I'll also bring food. She looked at Petunia when she said the last part, not in accusation exactly but in something close enough. Petunia's jaw tightened. She said nothing. Vernon looked at Petunia. The calculus that passed between them in that look was depressingly legible. He was checking whether this was going to be more trouble than it was worth, and determining that a sick child with explosive magical side effects was probably more trouble than letting the freak sister do whatever she wanted with the boy for 2 hours. Fine, he said. 2 hours. Ara went back to the cupboard. Harry was sitting up now, watching the doorway with the attentiveness of someone who'd been listening to the whole conversation through a thin wall. Which he had. Ready to go for a short walk? Ara said. He got up without being asked twice, which told her more about his life in that house than anything Petunia could have said. Her car was a battered dark blue estate that looked, from the outside, like any other mid-90s car with too many miles on it. The back seats folded down into something nearly flat, and Ara had, over the years, lined the floor of the boot with a thin but remarkably effective cushioning charm done in treated leather, one of about 15 items she owned that bent the rules of what a Squib was supposed to be able to own, use, or commission. She made Harry a bed out of her jacket and a folded blanket and he lay down in it with the immediate boneless gratitude of a sick child being looked after for the first time in days. The diagnostic kit was a leather case about the size of a violin case, and she opened it on the back seat beside him and began working methodically. Most of what she did looked, from Harry's perspective, like she was drawing very carefully in the air above him with various instruments, a longer version of the stylus, a flat disc of treated glass that she passed slowly down the length of his body, a series of small vials into which she transferred what appeared to be nothing but which she could read through their treated glass as pure magical signature samples drawn from the ambient aura. Harry watched everything with focused attention and asked good questions. What does that one do? Maps the layered signature, like an X-ray, but for magic. It shows me if there are multiple signatures present. Can there be? In a healthy child, no. You should have one signature, yours. Clean. Getting stronger as you grow. She kept her voice level. Sometimes there are complications. Am I complicated? Very, Ara said, and smiled at him, and meant it entirely. She worked for 40 minutes. She filled a small notebook with readings in the cramped, precise shorthand she developed over years of work that existed in the gray zone between Muggle medicine and magical diagnostics. She cross-referenced. She ran the layered signature disc over him twice because the first result was something she'd needed to see confirmed. Then she sat back in the seat and looked at her notebook and was, for a period of approximately 30 seconds, completely still. She was reading 3 distinct signatures in Harry Potter's blood. The first was his. It was extraordinary, she had no other word for it. She had read hundreds of children's magical signatures and she knew the spectrum from negligible to remarkable, and Harry's native signature, stripped of everything else, was enormous. Not just strong. Structured. Dense with potential in a way that was almost architectural, layers upon layers of inherited power that hadn't even begun to wake up yet because it had been. She forced herself to read the second signature carefully before she completed that thought. The second signature was a suppression seal. This was not, in itself, unusual. Healers sometimes placed minor dampening seals on children with very strong accidental magic, to prevent catastrophic episodes. What was unusual was this one's depth. A standard suppression seal sat at the surface of a child's signature, a light pressure. This one was woven into the foundations. It had been placed when Harry was very young, the ink of it, so to speak, went all the way down, and it wasn't dampening his accidental magic episodes. It was suppressing his development. The seal was actively preventing his magical core from growing the way it should. Left in place, Harry would arrive at Hogwarts with the core of a powerful wizard and the developed capacity of a child who'd never been allowed to properly grow into it. He would be powerful but confused. Reactive but not skilled. A blunt instrument. She recognized the style of the work. She had seen it in books, in case studies, in the academic papers she'd spent years reading because knowledge was the only form of magic available to her. It was intricate, patient, and built for long-term maintenance. It was the work of someone who was very good and very deliberate. She would come back to who in a moment. The third signature was the one that made her grip her pen until her knuckles went white. It was a blood-ward anchor. She'd read about these. They were ancient magic, old enough that most modern wizards treated them as theoretical. A blood-ward anchor bound a person to a location through a blood-link connection, using a familial tie as the magical foundation. They were primarily protective in the academic literature. What the academic literature also noted, in footnotes that most readers skimmed, was that a blood-ward anchor created as a binding rather than a shielding construct had a secondary function. It tethered the anchored person's magical development to the emotional environment of the bound location. Harry had been anchored to Privet Drive. To the Dursleys. Deliberately, architecturally tethered to a household that did not love him, did not encourage him, did not feed his magic or his confidence or his sense of himself as someone worth caring about. This was not protection. This was cultivation. Someone had carefully arranged for Harry Potter to arrive at age 11 small, uncertain, grateful for the barest scraps of kindness, with no sense of his own power or inheritance or the world that owed him acknowledgement. Ara sat in the back of her car and looked at her nephew and thought, with a cold clarity that was far more dangerous than heat, about what she was going to do next. Ara? Harry said. He'd been watching her face. What did you find? She looked at him. He was 5 years old and sick and lying on her jacket in the back of a battered estate car, and he was asking her what she found with the directness of someone who had learned, early, that adults who went quiet around him usually meant bad news for him specifically. I found some things that shouldn't be there, she said, and some things that are missing that should be there. Is it bad? She made a decision in that moment. It would be easy to say don't worry and it'll be fine and all the comfortable lies that adults told children to protect themselves from the difficulty of honesty. She had been told those lies, at 11, when the Hogwarts letter hadn't come and the professors had fumbled their explanations and her mother had cried and her father had gone very still and everyone had said it'll be okay in ways that clearly meant we don't know what to do with you. Not for you, she said. What I found is bad for whoever put it there, because I'm going to take it apart. Harry processed this. Okay, he said, with the absolute, uncomplicated confidence of a child deciding to trust an adult completely. It landed somewhere in Ara's chest and stayed there. First, she said, reaching for a specific vial in the diagnostic kit, I'm going to bring your fever down. This is going to feel very cold for about 20 seconds and then you're going to feel better. It's not magic, it's a compound. A Squib's version of magic. She held it up. Ready? He nodded. She worked for another 20 minutes removing the fever. It was, as she'd suspected, a symptom of his core trying to burn through the lowest layer of the suppression seal, the way a body ran a temperature to fight infection. Once she gave his magical core a cleaner path, not removing the seal, not yet, she needed resources and preparation for that. The fever dropped in stages, the high spots of color fading from his cheeks, his breathing slowing and deepening into something normal. He fell asleep somewhere in the third stage of it, deeply and without drama, one hand curled under his cheek. She pulled the blanket up around him. Then she took out her notebook and her second phone, the one that wasn't registered to any name the ministry would recognize, and started making calls. The first call was to a woman named Saoirse at a records firm in Edinburgh who specialized in the kind of wizarding estate documentation that Gringotts held in formal trust. Ara explained what she needed, using the specific shorthand that Saoirse understood, and Saoirse said she could have a preliminary pull within 48 hours and it would cost 400 galleons that Ara absolutely did not have. "I'll have it," Ara said, without knowing yet how. The second call was to a retired Hogwarts professor named Elliot Marchbanks, no relation to Griselda, or possibly some relation, he'd never been entirely clear, who had spent 40 years teaching magical theory and had written the most comprehensive academic text on archaic blood ward construction that existed outside of Gringotts' private archives. He was 87, occasionally forgot what year it was, and had the sharpest mind Ara had ever encountered. He picked up on the second ring and said, before she could speak, "The Evans girl. I was wondering when you'd call." "You were wondering, I keep a watch on the major diagnostic signatures," he said, without any apology. When a child suppression seal starts cracking, starts generating physical symptoms, it creates a kind of echo. Like a bell that's been rung and doesn't know how to stop. A pause. "I first noticed his signature about 6 weeks ago. It's been getting louder." "Whose work is it?" Ara asked. She already had a suspicion. She needed someone to say it. Silence on the line. Marchbanks' particular silence, considering, weighing, deciding whether the saying out loud of a thing made it more real than he was comfortable with. "You know whose work it is," he said, finally. "I need you to say it." Another pause. Then, quietly, with the weariness of a very old man who had watched a very long story unfold, "Dumbledore." Ara let out a slow breath through her nose. "The blood ward anchor," she said. "It's not protective. You know that. I suspected it from the style of the binding. The anchor points are in the wrong configuration for a shielding construct. They're structured for retention, I suppose is the word. Keeping something in place." His voice had gone careful. "Ara. How old is the child?" 5. "That seal has been in place since he was 15 months old," Ara said. "Give or take. It was placed not long after he was left at Privet Drive. And Elliot, his core." She looked at her notebook. "I've read hundreds of children. I know the scale. Tell me if I'm wrong." "You're not wrong," Marchbanks said, and she hadn't even told him the reading yet. "I know whose child he is. I know what James Potter's line carries. I know what Lily Potter carried." A pause. "Together, in one child, with no suppression? He should be, yes. Quite remarkable. And with the suppression? He will function as a somewhat gifted student. Strong in defensive magic, because that's the layer the seal sits on most lightly. Weak in active casting, transfiguration, anything that requires deep core access. He'll hit his limits in 4th year and never understand why." Marchbanks' voice was very dry and very tired. "He'll be adequate. Useful. Controllable." "Right," Ara said. She looked at Harry sleeping in the back of her car. He'd curled onto his side, both hands tucked under his face now, and in the afternoon light coming through the car window he looked so much like Lily that it was briefly, unbearably painful. "I'm taking the seal apart," she said. "You should." No hesitation. "You'll need Gringotts for the Blood Ward anchor, that requires a formal magical unraveling, and frankly goblins are better at it than anyone alive." "I know. I'm calling Ragnarok." Marchbanks made a sound of surprised approval. "You know Ragnarok personally?" "We have an arrangement." She didn't elaborate. The arrangement was complicated and involved 3 years of freelance work she'd done for the Goblin Banking Network's medical division and a favor owed on both sides that had never been formally acknowledged and was therefore, in Goblin terms, much more binding than a contract. "Elliot. The style of the anchor, does it tell you anything about the secondary purpose?" "I read the emotional environment tethering, but I feel like I'm missing something." "You are," he said. "The emotional environment tethering is the mechanism." "What's the objective?" She looked at her notebook. "A child who arrives at Hogwarts, already knowing his place," Marchbanks finished. "Grateful to be noticed. Hungry for approval from the first strong authority figure who treats him kindly. Already carrying the emotional architecture of someone who will, when the time comes, accept a death sentence because the right person asks him to." A long pause. "That's my reading of it. I hope I'm wrong." "You're not wrong," Ara said, for the second time in the conversation, and this time her voice was very quiet. She sat in the car for a moment after she hung up, in the particular silence of someone who has just had a large and terrible thing confirmed. Then she opened the third contact on her second phone, this one listed only as R, because she was not entirely an idiot about operational security, and composed a text. "Need vault access audit for a named estate. Family heirlooms, possible unauthorized transfers. Will call tomorrow with full signature pull." The response came in less than 4 minutes. "Come in person. Bring the diagnostic." She brought Harry back to Privet Drive at the 2-hour mark, as promised. He was awake, fever gone, eating a bag of crisps she'd bought at a petrol station and looking, for the first time since she'd seen him, like a normal 5-year-old. Vernon was in the sitting room and did not come out. Petunia was in the kitchen. "He's better," Ara said, setting Harry's crisps on the kitchen table and watching him immediately tuck them against his side in the automatic, barely conscious gesture of someone who'd learned that food left unattended had a way of disappearing. She filed that. "Fever is gone. It'll stay gone." Petunia's shoulders dropped fractionally, relief, though she tried to wear it neutrally. "Good. Thank you. Petunia." Ara kept her voice low. Harry was right there, eating his crisps with focused attention, and she had no way of knowing how much he was tracking. Based on the last 2 hours, she suspected all of it. "I need to tell you what I found." "I'd rather you didn't." "I know." Ara looked at her sister steadily. "I'm going to anyway." Petunia's jaw set. But she nodded, slightly. "There is a suppression seal on his core. It's been there since he arrived here. It's preventing his magic from developing normally." She kept her voice even, informational. "There is also a Blood Ward anchor, an old piece of magic, that ties him specifically to this house in a way that is not protective. It's designed to keep him emotionally limited. Small. Compliant." She paused. "These were placed by someone in the wizarding world. Someone with significant skill and access." Petunia had gone very still. She was looking at the kitchen counter. "Do you understand what I'm telling you?" Ara said. "Someone has been interfering, someone has been arranging," Ara said. "Very carefully. For a very long time." She glanced at Harry, who was apparently very interested in the pattern on the kitchen table and definitely listening to every word. "She'd deal with that honestly later. I'm going to fix it. Both things. I have the contacts and I have the skill, and I'm not asking permission, Petunia, I'm telling you because you have the right to know what's been done in your house. Petunia looked at her then, finally. The expression on her face was complicated in ways that would have required a long conversation to fully parse, and Ara didn't have that conversation in her right now. But underneath all of it, the defensiveness, the guilt, the complicated grief that had been curdling in her sister for 10 years, she could see something else. Something that looked, reluctantly, like relief. Will it make him, Petunia started, and then stopped. Powerful? Ara said. Petunia said nothing. Yes, Ara said. Quite. Petunia absorbed this. Then, Dumbledore placed these things. It wasn't a question. Ara hadn't said the name, but Petunia Evans had grown up adjacent to the wizarding world long enough and with enough pain to read the shape of the conversation. Ara met her eyes. Yes. Petunia turned back to the counter. She picked up a dishcloth and put it down again. A long silence. He came here, she said. When they brought the boy. He came himself. Said it was for Harry's protection. Said the blood magic of the family line would keep him safe as long as he was with. She stopped. I believed him. Most people do, Ara said. Not unkindly. He's very good at it. He told me Harry needed to stay here until he was 17. That the wards would break if the wards will break when I remove the anchor, Ara said. Which I'm going to do within the month. Harry is not staying here for another 12 years. Petunia said nothing for a long moment. Then, in a very quiet voice that had something raw in it, no. I don't suppose he is. Ara looked at her sister, at the profile of the woman she'd grown up fighting with, competing with, being smaller than and louder than and more inconvenient than, and felt something shift, slightly, in the long-standing architecture of her anger. Not forgiveness. Not yet. But something adjacent to it, in the way that a door opening a crack was adjacent to a door opening. I'm going to need your help with some things, Ara said. Legal things. Muggle paperwork. You're better at that than I am. Petunia nodded. A small nod. Careful. And Petunia. Ara looked at the cupboard under the stairs, then back at her sister. She didn't say anything else. She didn't need to. Petunia's chin came up. Her eyes went bright for a moment, not with tears exactly but with something adjacent to them. I'll move his things to Dudley's second bedroom, she said. This evening. Good, Ara said. She crouched down next to Harry's chair. He looked up at her from his crisps with those enormous eyes. I'm going to come back, she said. In a few weeks. And I'm going to fix the things I told you about, the things that shouldn't be there. It will feel strange for a little while, like growing pains. After that, she paused. After that, things will be different. Harry considered this carefully. He had, in the manner of a child who had been underestimated for the entirety of his short life, been tracking the entire conversation in his peripheral awareness. She could see it in his face, not all of it made sense to him, not yet, but the essential shape of it had landed. Someone had put something in him that shouldn't be there. The someone was someone important. His aunt was going to take it out. Will it hurt? He asked. The removal? A bit. Like taking off a plaster that's been on too long. She held his gaze. I'll be with you the whole time. He nodded, satisfied. He had decided to trust her completely at some point in the back of her car, and apparently that decision was staying made. It occurred to her that this might be the most straightforward, uncomplicated trust anyone had ever offered her, and that she was going to do absolutely everything in her power to justify it. Ara? Harry said. Yeah. You said there were also things missing that should be there. She looked at him. 5 years old. Fever gone. Green eyes utterly steady. Yes, she said. What kind of things? She smiled, and it was the real one, not the professional one, not the managing a situation one. The one that felt, she imagined, the way Lily's had. The good kind, she said. Things that belong to you. She stood up, picked up her bag, and looked at Petunia one more time. I'll be in touch, she said. She walked out through the back garden, through the gate she'd come in, into the ordinary bright June afternoon of Privet Drive, where everything looked exactly as it always had and nothing was the same as it had been 3 hours ago. Her notebook was in her bag. Marchbank's words were in her head. And in her chest was the cold, focused, patient fury of a woman who had spent 20 years being the inconvenient sister, the failed witch, the one the magical world didn't have a place for, who had turned all of that into the sharpest possible tool, and who had just found, in the blood of a 5-year-old boy with his mother's eyes, something worth sharpening it for. She got in her car. She opened her notebook to the page of readings. She wrote one name at the top of the page in large letters and underlined it twice. Albus Dumbledore. Then she put the car in gear and drove. The call to Ragnarok went through the next morning at 7:30, which was when the Gringotts Senior Accounts Division opened for international liaison. Ara was in her flat in Bristol, at her kitchen table, with the diagnostic reading spread across it and 3 cups of tea gone cold at her elbow. Ragnarok's senior accounts manager did not deal with humans as a rule. He dealt with Ara Evans as an exception that had never been formally acknowledged, which, as she had noted to Marchbanks, was in goblin terms more binding than a contract. They had met 8 years ago when a botched curse had left 3 goblin employees with a blood magic contamination that no wizarding healer had been able to diagnose. Ara had diagnosed it in 40 minutes and treated it in 2 sessions. Ragnarok had looked at her over the accounts desk at Gringotts, small, sharp-eyed, carrying the particular stillness of something very old, and said, "You are not what we were told you were." She had said, "No. Neither is Harry Potter." She hadn't known that yet, at 23, but she'd been right about it in the way she was sometimes right about things before she had evidence. The Potter estate, Ragnarok said now, over the phone, without preamble. The Goblin Communication Network operated on a different set of frequencies than the Ministry's monitoring infrastructure, which was one of the many things wizards chose to remain ignorant of. You are requesting a full inheritance audit. Vault contents, trust management history, and any proxy authorizations granted in the last 15 years, Ara said. Particularly any authorizations granted under Dumbledore's standing guardian seal. A pause. You are aware that information of that nature is protected under the Gringotts Charter. I'm aware that the Charter also provides for disclosure to blood relatives of the primary account holder when there is evidence of unauthorized management. She had read the Charter. She had specifically read this section. I have a blood sample and a full diagnostic pull showing the suppression seal and blood ward anchor placed on the primary heir. The seal uses techniques that are architecturally associated with vault access magic. She let that sit for a moment. If someone used Potter vault access to fund or facilitate work done on the heir's person without consent of the estate's rightful manager, that would constitute a breach of charter, Ragnarok said, in a tone so carefully neutral it was almost musical. Of considerable severity. Yes, Ara said. It would. Another pause. Longer this time. She could hear, at the edge of it, the particular quality of silence that meant a goblin was thinking very quickly about several things at once. Come to Gringotts on Friday, Ragnarok said. Bring the diagnostic records and the blood sample. Bring the heir. He's 5. We are aware of his age. Bring him anyway. Blood authentication must be conducted in person. A brief pause that was almost, in a goblin, the equivalent of a significant emotional beat. Ms. Evans. How many items do you suspect have been misappropriated? She looked at her notes. At the 3rd signature in Harry's blood, the one she hadn't fully parsed yet, the one that carried multiple distinct sub-markers, each one a slightly different frequency of loss. She'd spent the evening counting them. At least 12, she said. Possibly more. Ragnock said nothing for a moment. Then, Friday. 9 o'clock. The line went dead. Ara put the phone down and looked at her diagnostic notes in the early morning quiet of her kitchen. Outside the window, Bristol was waking up, traffic beginning, the distant sound of a lorry, a neighbor's radio. The ordinary world, going about its ordinary business. She picked up her pen and started writing a letter to a solicitor she knew who had both wizarding and muggle credentials and absolutely no affection for Albus Dumbledore, because 12 years ago Dumbledore had blocked her appointment to the Hogwarts Board of Governors for reasons that were never made fully explicit and which everyone involved understood perfectly. It was 7:45 in the morning. Ara Evans had been furious for 31 years. She was just now finding out what for. Chapter 2. What was taken Friday morning arrived with the kind of grey London drizzle that made the city feel like it was trying to wash something off itself. Ara had Harry in the back seat of the estate car by 7, which meant she'd been at Privet Drive by 6:45, which meant she'd left Bristol at 5:30, which meant she hadn't really slept. Harry didn't seem to mind the early hour. He was wearing clean clothes. Petunia had, to her credit, done exactly what she'd said she would, moved him to the second bedroom and apparently gone through Dudley's outgrown wardrobe with grim efficiency, and he had Ara's road atlas open on his lap, tracing the route to London with one finger the way other children traced pictures in coloring books. Focused. Quiet. Already completely awake in a way that suggested he had been awake for some time before she arrived. "Have you been to London before?" Ara asked. "No," Harry said, without looking up from the atlas. "Gringotts is in the wizarding part. Diagon Alley. You won't have seen it." He looked up at that. "Is it different?" "Very." She checked her mirrors, merged onto the motorway. "It's loud and strange and smells like potions, ingredients and old money and something that might be dragon, though nobody official will confirm that. You'll love it." He went back to the atlas, but she could see from the set of his shoulders that he was storing this information, filing it, the way he filed everything, methodically, without visible excitement, but with total attention. She had noticed in the 2 weeks since her first visit that Harry experienced anticipation very quietly. He didn't bounce or chatter or ask the same question 6 times. He just got very still and very focused, which was, she thought, what happened when you learned early that showing excitement was risky. She was going to fix that too. It was on the list. The list had gotten quite long. "Ara," he said, "somewhere around junction 14. Yeah? You said there were things missing that belonged to me." He was still looking at the atlas. "What kind of things, specifically?" She'd been waiting for this. She'd considered, in the 2 weeks since her first visit, how much to tell him and had landed on all of it, because she had been lied to through omission for most of her life and she was not going to do that to him. The question was calibration. What could a 5-year-old usefully understand and act on, versus what was simply a weight with no handle? "Your family had a vault at Gringotts," she said. "The bank we're going to today. Your parents left you everything in it, money, and objects. Things that had been in your family for a long time." "Like heirlooms," Harry said. "Exactly like heirlooms. Some magical, some historical, some both. The vault should have been managed by a guardian on your behalf until you were old enough. That's normal for children who inherit young. But when I read your blood, I found markers." She paused, choosing words. "It's like, when a magical object belongs to someone, it leaves a trace in their blood. A resonance. The way a key fits a lock. And I found markers in your blood for objects that should be in that vault but that I suspect aren't anymore." Harry was quiet for a moment. The atlas was on his lap but he wasn't looking at it anymore. "Someone took them," he said. "That's what we're going to find out today." Another pause. Then, in a voice that was very measured for a 5-year-old, "Was it the same person who put the seal on me?" Ara glanced at him in the rearview mirror. He was looking out the window now, at the grey motorway, with an expression that was working hard at being neutral and not quite managing it. "I think so," she said. Harry nodded once. Said nothing else for a while. But his hand, she noticed, had closed around the edge of the atlas, and his knuckles had gone slightly white, and when she looked at him 30 seconds later the tips of his fingers had left small scorch marks on the cover, not flames, not visible heat, just the ghost of temperature where his fingers had been. She didn't mention it. She reached into the door pocket without taking her eyes off the road, found the spare pen she kept there, and put it in the cup holder within his reach. He picked it up after a moment. Started drawing small precise shapes in the margins of the atlas. His hands stopped shaking. She drove. The leaky cauldron was exactly as it had always been, dark, smelling of decades of spilled butterbeer and tobacco, populated at 9 in the morning with the particular assortment of people who needed to be in Diagon Alley before the shops properly opened and weren't self-conscious about it. Tom the barman nodded at Ara in the way of someone who recognized a regular without quite being able to place the context. She'd been in enough times over the years, for work and for the kind of research that required physical access to wizarding suppliers, that she was familiar without being notable. Harry walked in beside her and looked around with the absolute composure of someone who had decided, in advance, that he was not going to be visibly surprised by anything. He almost managed it. The hovering candles got him. He stopped for just a fraction of a second when he saw them, his head tilting back slightly, and then he moved on. Ara filed this away in the same mental folder as the atlas and the still hands and the scorch marks. Harry Potter, at 5, was actively managing his own reactions. Deciding what to show. It was an impressive skill and a heartbreaking one. The brick wall opened for her when she tapped the sequence, and Diagon Alley spread out beyond it in the particular morning quality of a place that was just waking up, shop owners propping doors, an owl delivery thundering overhead, the distant clang from something metallurgical near the far end. Harry's head moved in small controlled increments, cataloging, storing, not quite allowing himself to stare. "You can look," Ara said. "It's allowed." He looked at her sideways. Then he actually looked, properly, turning his head freely, taking in Madame Malkin's with its gowns floating in the window, the apothecary with its jars in the doorway, the wand shop with its single slim box on a velvet stand and the light coming through from somewhere inside in a color that wasn't quite natural. "It's real," he said. "All of it. And I belong here." The way he said it wasn't a question and wasn't quite a statement. It was something between the two, a thing being tried in the mouth for the first time, tested for fit. "Completely," Ara said. He was still looking at the wand shop. "My mum and dad came here. All the time. Your mum loved the bookshop, there's one just around the corner. Your dad had accounts at 3 different Quidditch suppliers, which I know because Gringotts listed them in the estate overview." She paused. "I'll tell you everything I know about them. Everything I remember. I know nobody's really talked about them." Harry kept looking at the wand shop for another second. Then he turned and looked at her, and she saw Lily so clearly in his face that her throat went temporarily tight. "After," he said. "Can we do that after?" "After," she agreed. Gringotts rose at the end of the alley like a rebuke, white, enormous, indifferent to human concerns in the beautiful particular way of buildings designed to communicate a single message. The goblins on the doors watched them come up the steps with the flat professional attention of very well-armed beings pretending not to be very well-armed. Harry looked at the nearest one with open curiosity. The goblin looked back at him. A brief standoff. Then Harry nodded, very slightly, with the gravity of a diplomat meeting a foreign dignitary, and the goblin's expression shifted in some way that was microscopic and also, Ara suspected, significant. Inside, she went directly to the private consultation desks, not the public counters, where a long line of people were exchanging currency and asking questions that could be answered by reading the posted signs, but the carved doors to the left that said estate management in letters that were polite in the way of a warning that you needed to be somewhere specific to be there at all. Ara Evans, she said to the goblin at the desk. 9 o'clock. Ragnarok. He's expecting you, the goblin said, and waved them through without ceremony. Ragnarok's office was, to be precise about it, not what Harry had been expecting on the basis of Ara's brief description of the bank. It was not grand. It was not marble and gold in the mode of the main hall. It was a room that communicated, very efficiently, that the person who occupied it was interested in information and not in impressions. 3 walls were floor-to-ceiling files. The 4th was a single enormous ledger rack, organized in a system that was presumably legible to goblins and completely opaque to humans. The desk was large and covered in open documents, and Ragnarok himself sat behind it looking as though he had been there since before the building was constructed. He was old. Not old in the way of elderly humans, old in the way of stone, of things that predate the categories you'd apply to them. His eyes were the particular dark amber of things that have seen a very great deal and are no longer surprised by any of it. He looked at Ara as she came in and gave the small sharp nod that was, in their relationship, the equivalent of a warm greeting. Then he looked at Harry. Harry looked back at him. Something passed between them that Ara couldn't fully read, a mutual assessment, very rapid, conducted on terms she wasn't entirely party to. Then Ragnarok said, in the flat precise English of someone who had learned the language as an adult and never bothered to acquire an accent, "You have your mother's eyes and your father's complete absence of visible intimidation. Sit down." Harry sat down. He was the only 5-year-old Ara had ever met who could sit in a formal chair and look like he'd been there before. "Ara," Ragnarok said. She put the diagnostic records on the desk, the notebook, the vial of signature samples, the full-layered signature disc readings she'd transferred to the flat glass sheets that were the goblin standard for magical record-keeping. Ragnarok looked at them without touching them immediately. He read from a distance first, which was a goblin habit she'd always found oddly respectful. "The Blood Ward anchor," he said. "Yes." "The suppression seal." "Yes." His eyes moved across the readings with the efficiency of someone whose professional life was built on this kind of parsing. "And the inheritance markers." He looked up at her. "You counted 12 distinct resonance points. 12 confirmed. There may be more that are fainter, items with a weaker blood link to the heir, older pieces, or ones that were acquired rather than inherited." Ragnarok nodded. He reached under the desk and produced a flat case that Ara recognized. It was the estate file. The physical estate file, which meant the full account history, not the abbreviated version that would normally be produced for a human consultation. He put it on the desk and opened it. "The Potter estate," he said, and his voice had gone into the specific register that Ara had learned to identify as Gringotts formal, not cold, precisely, but calibrated. Primary vault established 942 years ago by Linfred of Stinchcombe, also known in some historical records as the Potter, which is the origin of the family name, Harry said. Ragnarok looked at him. "You know your family history." "I don't," Harry said. "But that's how names worked then, wasn't it? Your job was your name." He paused. "I read it in a book at school. About medieval surnames." A brief silence. Then Ragnarok returned to the file with what might, in a human, have been something adjacent to approval. "Vault 713, he said, "is the primary holdings vault. Vault 687 is the family heirloom trust, established separately in 1812 for the specific purpose of protecting objects that were determined to be," he used a goblin word, then translated, "generationally bound. Objects tied to the bloodline such that their ownership passes automatically to the next generation heir and cannot be permanently alienated from the estate without consent of the current heir." "Cannot be permanently alienated," Ara repeated. "But they can be temporarily removed. Under a guardian authorization, yes. The objects can be removed for safekeeping, for research purposes, he stopped. For any purpose the appointed guardian deems appropriate." "And who is the appointed guardian?" Ragnarok's expression did not change. This, Ara had come to understand over years of dealing with him, was itself an expression. Goblins were magnificent at communicating things through the quality of their stillness. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, he said, was granted temporary guardian authorization over the Potter estate on the 1st of November, 1981. The authorization was processed through our magical law enforcement liaison desk and was accompanied by a document purporting to be the last will and testament of James Harold Potter. Purporting to be, Ara noted. "Do you have the original will on file?" she said. Ragnarok opened the estate file to a specific tab. He turned it to face her. She leaned forward and read. The will was dated October 19, 1981, 12 days before the Potters died. It named Sirius Orion Black as primary guardian and magical heir trustee. It named Ara Evans. She stopped breathing for a moment when she read her own name, then made herself continue, as secondary trustee for purposes of medical and educational decisions. It named, in the event of both primary and secondary trustees being unable to serve, a Hogwarts professor named Minerva McGonagall as emergency trustee. It did not name Albus Dumbledore anywhere. The document that was presented with the guardianship authorization, Ara said carefully. "Do you still have it?" Ragnarok reached into the file and produced a second document. He placed it beside the first. Ara looked at them together. She was not a handwriting expert. She was not a document authentication specialist. But she had spent years reading magical signatures, which gave her a specific and precise sensitivity to the difference between things that were real and things that had been made to look real, and the second document, the one presented to Gringotts in November of 1981, had, around the edges of the formal magical seal, the ghost of a signature that did not belong to James Potter. It was, in the way of very good forgeries, nearly invisible. Nearly. The kind of nearly that a goblin would have caught eventually, if they'd been looking for it, which they had had no reason to do because the document had arrived through official channels with a ministry liaison stamp. "Ragnarok," she said. "When was the last full audit of this account conducted?" "The last audit that was not initiated by guardian authorization was conducted in 1979, Ragnarok said. "Prior to the deaths of the estate holders. 17 years ago." "I would like to initiate an audit now," Ara said. "I am acting as the secondary trustee named in the legitimate will. You are not yet confirmed as such," Ragnarok said. "That requires a blood confirmation process and a legal challenge to the existing guardianship authorization." He paused. "However, the heir himself can initiate an audit. There is no minimum age requirement for the heir to request accounting of his own estate." He looked at Harry. "It is unusual. It has precedent." Harry had been listening to this entire conversation with the focused quiet of someone assembling a picture from individual pieces. He looked at Ragnarok now with those completely steady green eyes. "I'd like to request an audit," he said. "Please." Ragnarok reached under his desk again and produced a small flat stone, bloodstone, Ara recognized, used in authentication rites, and set it in front of Harry. "Your right index finger," he said. "Press firmly. The stone reads lineage, not pain, so it is not designed to hurt." Harry pressed his finger to the stone without hesitation. It lit from within, going through a rapid sequence of colors, gold, deep green, something that flickered briefly between amber and red, and Ragnarok leaned forward and read it with the focus of someone reading a very complex document very fast. "Harry James Potter," Ragnarok said formally, "heir to the most ancient and noble house of Potter, bloodline confirmed." He looked up. "The audit will take 4 hours. You may wait in the consultation suite on the 2nd floor. Tea will be provided." He looked at Harry when he said this, specifically. "And biscuits." Harry, for the first time all morning, smiled. It was a small smile, quick, mostly in his eyes. But it was real. The consultation suite was a room with comfortable chairs, an enchanted window showing a view of the Alps because the actual view from that floor was an internal shaft, a rolling tray of tea things, and, as promised, biscuits. Ara poured tea. Harry ate 2 biscuits with great composure and looked at the Alps. Ara, he said. Yeah. Sirius Black was supposed to be my guardian. She had been waiting for this too. Yes. He's in Azkaban. Harry said it flatly. It wasn't a question. He'd apparently been doing independent research, which she should have predicted, given the school atlas and the library habits she'd already observed in a single morning. He's there because he betrayed my parents. That's what people believe, Ara said. Harry turned from the Alps and looked at her directly. But the trial record is, I've been looking at it. She'd been looking at it for 2 weeks, in every spare hour she had, which was not many. There wasn't one. Harry's expression didn't change exactly, but something behind it shifted. He didn't have a trial. He was arrested. He was taken to Azkaban. There was no formal trial, no presentation of evidence, no Wisengamot hearing. She wrapped both hands around her tea. In the chaos after your parents died, and after Voldemort, she used the name deliberately, watching to see if it landed, and it didn't seem to frighten him, which was either a product of his character or the fact that he'd never been taught to be afraid of it or both. In that chaos, a lot of things got processed very fast and not very carefully. Sirius was the obvious suspect. He was the Potter's secret keeper, or so everyone believed, and so he went to Azkaban without anyone formally establishing what had actually happened. Was he the secret keeper? No, Ara said. I don't know who was. But I've been talking to someone who was close to your parents, and the pieces don't fit the way they were supposed to. She paused. I think Sirius was framed. I think the actual person who gave your parents' location to Voldemort was someone else who managed to disappear in the aftermath and blame it on Sirius. Harry was quiet for a long time. He had picked up one of the napkins from the tea tray and was folding it, precise, small folds, in a way that she recognized as his thinking gesture. So my godfather has been in prison for 5 years, he said. For something he didn't do. Yes. Can we get him out? The directness of it, not can someone get him out or shouldn't someone do something but can we, was very characteristic of him. She was already learning. Harry Potter at 5 had no interest in passive constructions. That's something I'm working on, she said. It requires evidence. A legal challenge. Access to the right channels. She hesitated. It might take time. Okay, Harry said. But it's on the list. She looked at him. What list? He looked at her with a perfect seriousness. The list of things we're fixing. She laughed. It came out suddenly and it was real, the kind of laugh that surprised you. Harry looked pleased, not smug, just pleased, as if he'd managed something he'd been working toward. Yes, she said. It's on the list. Bill Weasley arrived at 11:30. This had been arranged in advance. Ara had contacted him through channels 3 days ago, because Bill was one of Gringotts' senior curse breakers and also the one person she knew who understood both the magical and the goblin technical aspects of inheritance law well enough to be useful in a vault audit situation. He was 24, tall, with long red hair already starting to acquire the casual wear of someone who spent a lot of time in Egyptian sun, and he came into the consultation suite with the easy energy of a person who was genuinely interested in things. He looked at Harry with undisguised curiosity. Harry looked back at him with the same. You're small, Bill said, not unkindly. You have a ponytail, Harry said. Bill grinned. Bill Weasley. Curse breaker. I'm here to help with the vault assessment. He dropped into the chair across from Harry with the boneless ease of someone who sat in a lot of uncomfortable places professionally and had stopped noticing. Ara says they found the seals. Both of them, Ara confirmed. Bill's easy manner didn't change, exactly, but something behind it did, a sharpening, professional and personal at once. He was a Weasley, which meant he had Dumbledore opinions that ran in a specific direction, layered underneath years of Dumbledore-shaped family loyalty that hadn't quite resolved into something coherent yet. Ara had gambled on that tension when she'd called him. "The suppression seal," Bill said. "Do you have the readings?" She handed him the notebook. He read it the way professionals read things, fast, going back twice on specific sections, building a mental model. "This is alchemical Gothic style," he said. "Pre-17th century technique. There are maybe 6 people alive who work in this style." He didn't look up from the notebook. "Do you want me to tell you who the 6th one is, or can we skip that part?" "Skip it," Ara said. Bill nodded. "The Blood Ward anchor, this is more complex. To remove this cleanly, without triggering the secondary bind points, you need a goblin unraveling rite. You can't just cut it, it has to be unwound from the outside in, layer by layer." He finally looked up. "How soon do you want this done?" "As soon as Ragnarok will schedule it. I can advocate for priority scheduling on the vault audit findings if they're what I expect them to be," Bill said. "Gringotts has standing interest in resolutions of this type. Charter breach cases go to the top of the calendar." He glanced at Harry. "And he'll need to be present for the unraveling rite. It requires the heir's active consent, given verbally, in front of goblin witnesses." "That's fine," Harry said. "I consent now, for the record." Bill looked at him for a moment. Then he looked at Ara with an expression that said several things simultaneously and landed on "Where did you find this child?" "He's been like this since the car," Ara said. Ragnarok returned at 2:15 with a summary document that was, to Ara's reading of it, one of the most efficient pieces of organized outrage she had ever encountered. Goblins did not editorialize in formal documentation. They recorded facts. The facts, arranged in chronological order, were sufficient. The Potter Family Heirloom Trust, Vault 687, had last been subject to a full independent inventory in 1978, at which point it had contained, per the ledger, 47 distinct items designated as generationally bound. Under Dumbledore's Guardian authorization, beginning in December of 1981 and occurring across 11 separate vault access dates over the following 14 years, 31 items had been removed for purposes logged as safekeeping and research and preservation. Of those 31 items, 19 had been formally returned. 12 had not. Ragnarok set the list of 12 on the desk. Ara read it. Bill, who had come into the meeting with her while Harry waited in the suite with a second round of biscuits, read it over her shoulder, and she heard him make a sound that was very quiet and very specific. The 12 items were, the Cloak of Invisibility, logged as Potter Family Heirloom, unique construct, classification, Deathly Hallows associated. The ledger entry was remarkably dry about this. The Potter Family Grimoire, a 700-year accumulated book of family magic, spellwork, and blood ritual documentation. A set of 6 runic tiles that the entry described as Founders Era magical focus objects, Origin Godric Gryffindor's personal collection, gifted to the Potter line in the 16th century. A pensieve of specifically Potter family calibration, not a standard pensieve but one tuned to the Potter bloodline, capable of accessing and replaying memories from anyone in the lineage. The Sword of the Morning, a blade of unclear but clearly significant origin, the ledger noting only pre-Norman, purpose combat and ritual, magical classification supreme. 2 seats on the Wisengamot, formerly held by the Potter family, which had been placed in administrative suspension under the Guardian authorization and had not been reactivated. And 3 items listed simply as sealed object, classification, unknown, value, inestimable. The cloak, Bill said, from behind her. His voice was carefully controlled. Currently in Dumbledore's possession, Ara said. I expect we'll find he's been using it. The grimoire is, do you understand what a family grimoire of that age contains? 7 centuries of original Potter magic. Spells that don't exist anywhere else. Blood ritual modifications that, he stopped himself. Took a breath. Sorry. Professional moment. Don't apologize. Ara looked at Ragnarok. The Wisengamot seats. 2 seats, Ragnarok confirmed. Primary seat, held by the head of the House of Potter, currently vacant by reason of minority and under administrative suspension by Guardian authorization. The suspension was, not standard procedure. Standard procedure for a minor heir is a seat hold, which maintains the political weight of the House in absentia. What was done here was an active suspension, removing the Potter voting power from the Wisengamot entirely until the heir reaches majority. So for the last 5 years, Ara said, the Potter family has had no political representation in the Wisengamot. For the last 5 years, and for the next 12 if no challenge is made, Ragnarok said. The Guardian authorization would maintain the suspension until the heir reaches 17. At which point Dumbledore presumably planned to restore them, Bill said, and hand Harry his seat and his inheritance and his cloak and be the gracious benefactor. After Harry had spent 11 years at Hogwarts under Dumbledore's direct supervision, with no access to his family's magical resources, no knowledge of his political standing, and a suppressed core that ensured he'd be dependent on external guidance, Ara said. She kept her voice very even. Yes. I expect that's the shape of it. Ragnarok was watching her. Goblins did not, as a rule, express sympathy. What they expressed was a kind of alignment, the thing that happened when an ancient and deeply practical species recognized that someone else's outrage was also, in some structural way, their own. The forged will, Ara said. We are conducting our own investigation, Ragnarok said. The document has been flagged. We are not pleased. This was the goblin equivalent of a declaration of war, delivered in the tone of someone discussing a weather forecast. The Guardian authorization has been suspended pending resolution of the audit findings. This means, it means Dumbledore's access to the vaults is gone, Bill said. As of 9 o'clock this morning, Ragnarok confirmed. He will become aware of this when he next attempts to access the account, at which point his vault entry authorization will return an error code. A pause. He will know something has changed. Ara thought about this. Dumbledore was not, whatever else he was, slow. He would notice the access suspension. He would begin investigating its cause. He had resources she was still mapping and motivations she was still fully parsing, and she was operating, in some ways, in his world, the Wizarding one, with all its politics and networks and the century of goodwill and trust he'd built in it. She was a squib with a diagnostic kit and a list. She was also the best blood magic reader alive, the named secondary trustee in a legitimate will, the bearer of a goblin favor that had just become a formal alliance, and the woman who had spent 20 years being underestimated. She felt very calm. I need to request one more thing, she said to Ragnarok. The unraveling rite, he said. I anticipated this. We can schedule it for next Wednesday. The rite master is Grinnock, she is the best we have. The process will take approximately 2 hours and will feel, for the heir, he said it would feel like growing pains, Harry said from the doorway. They all turned. He was standing there with a third biscuit in one hand and his complete composure fully intact. He had clearly been listening from the corridor for at least the last 5 minutes. Nobody said anything about this. Something like that, Ragnarok agreed. Can I see the list? Harry said. Ara handed it to him. He read it, the whole thing, carefully, the way he read everything. His eyes moved down the items with an expression that was very still and very focused. When he got to the end he looked up. The cloak of invisibility, he said. That's a deathly hallow. Yes, Ara said. There are 3 deathly hallows. That's right. Where are the other 2? Bill made the sound again. Ara looked at Harry and thought, not for the first time and not for the last, that whoever had built the suppression seal around this child had done so with considerable urgency and a very good reason, which was that without it, Harry James Potter was going to be an absolute phenomenon. That, she said, is a very good question. It's on the list, Harry said calmly, and ate his biscuit. They were walking back through Diagon Alley at 3 in the afternoon. The drizzle had stopped and the afternoon light was doing something warm and golden to the cobblestones, when Harry stopped in front of the bookshop. He didn't say anything. He just stopped and looked at the window, which had a display of both magical and pre-magical history texts, and his face did the thing it did sometimes where the composure slipped sideways for just a moment and you could see something unguarded underneath. "Your mum used to stand there exactly like that," Ara said. "She'd stop mid-sentence, mid-walk, if there was a bookshop." Harry was quiet for a moment. What was she like? Ara had been preparing for this. Not the words exactly, but the shape, the decision to tell him real things, not comfortable ones, not the sanitized version that reduced Lily Evans to a saint and James Potter to an afterthought. "Brilliant," she said. "The kind of brilliant that was slightly annoying to be around if you were feeling ordinary, which I often was." She thought about everything twice, once emotionally and once analytically, and she was faster at both than most people. She was funny, in a dry way that caught you off guard. She paused. She was also stubborn enough to make stone look flexible, and she had terrible taste in music, and she argued with our dad about everything under the sun just because she liked arguing. She looked at Harry. "You have her eyes and her tenacity. The jury's still out on the music." Harry was smiling, the real one, the quick genuine one that lived mostly in his eyes. "What was my dad like?" "Confident," Ara said. "Not arrogant, well, sometimes arrogant, when he was 17, but it burned off. Genuinely confident, in the way of someone who had been loved completely from the start and had that as a foundation for everything. Excellent at Quidditch. Worse at sitting still. He thought your mum was extraordinary from the moment he met her and never really stopped being slightly amazed that she chose him." "Did they love each other?" "Completely," Ara said, without hesitation. "The kind of love that was also a friendship, which is the only kind worth having. They were ridiculous together and they were each other's best person and they would have," she stopped. "They would have been wonderful parents. They were wonderful parents, for the time they had." Harry looked back at the bookshop window. A long moment. "I'm going to go to Hogwarts," he said. "In 6 years." "Yes. Dumbledore will be there." "He will." "Will it be a problem?" Ara looked at her nephew, at this small, serious, entirely unbreakable child who was going to arrive at that castle in 6 years with the full resources of his inheritance, an unsealed core, a goblin alliance, a legal framework, and the accumulated knowledge of everything she was going to spend those 6 years teaching him. "For him," she said, "yes." Harry considered this. Then he nodded, satisfied, and turned to the bookshop door. "Can we go in?" "We absolutely can." He was inside before she'd finished the sentence. She bought him 6 books. He tried to argue it down to 3 on the grounds that he couldn't carry 6, and she showed him the expanded bag, and he accepted this with immediate pragmatism and added 2 more. She paid with galleons she'd exchanged at the Gringotts counter on their way out, galleons that came from the account she'd built through years of medical work and freelancing and refusing to be the kind of person who needed to ask anyone for anything. The bookseller wrapped them in the brown paper and twine that Flourish and Blots had used for 150 years, and Harry carried the parcel himself the whole way back to the car. Ara drove them out of London in the fading afternoon light, through the city that didn't know what had happened today in the old bank in the alley behind the pub, and Harry sat in the back seat with his parcel on his lap and looked out the window at the ordinary world going past. "Ara," he said, somewhere around Junction 14, which was where he'd started the morning's conversation. "Yeah." The 3 sealed objects on the list. The ones it just says unknown. She'd been wondering when he'd come back to those. "What about them?" "They sealed them because they didn't want the ledger to record what they were." He was looking out the window, not at her, but his voice was very precise. "Because if the ledger recorded what they were, someone reading the audit would know what had been taken. Sealing the description protects the person who took them." Ara glanced at him in the mirror. That's exactly right. So when we get them back, when we get all 12 back, we'll find out what the 3 sealed ones are. Yes. Okay. He shifted the parcel on his lap. I think they're important. Why? Because someone thought they were worth hiding twice, Harry said. Once from the ledger and once from me. She drove. The motorway opened up ahead of them, the late sun coming in sideways through the windscreen, and Ara thought about a 5-year-old who had spent his life in a cupboard under the stairs learning to be small, and how completely, spectacularly wrong that project had been from the start. Next Wednesday, she said. The unraveling right. Your core gets unsealed. Things are going to start moving quickly after that. Good, Harry said. He opened the top book from his parcel, A History of Wizarding Britain's Founding Families, dense with genealogy and politics, and started reading. She didn't need to check the mirror again. She could tell from the quality of the silence that he was already 3 pages in and wasn't coming up for air until Surrey. She dropped him at Privet Drive at 6. Petunia was at the door before the car had fully stopped, and for once her expression was simply anxious in the way of a parent whose child has been gone all day, without any of the complicated architecture of guilt and resentment and managed distance layered over it. He's fine, Ara said. Better than fine. Petunia looked at Harry, who was climbing out of the car with his parcel of books and his atlas and a new certainty in the way he moved that hadn't been there this morning. Something shifted in her face. Come inside, she said to Harry. Dinner's nearly ready. Harry looked at Petunia for a moment with those eyes, reading her the way he read everything. Then he nodded and went in. Ara stood by the car. Petunia stood in the doorway. Well? Petunia said. 12 items, Ara said. From the heirloom vault. The cloak of invisibility, the family grimoire, a set of Founders Era tiles, a bloodline pensieve, a sword of significant origin, 3 sealed objects, and the 2 Potter Wiesengemot seats, which have been in administrative suspension since November 81. She watched her sister's face. And a forged will. The real one names me as secondary trustee and Sirius Black as primary. Petunia was very still. I'm going to need a solicitor, Ara said. The Muggle and wizarding kind. I know you know how to find one of those. I might, Petunia said carefully. I'm also going to need Harry here for one more Wednesday, the unraveling rite, to remove the seals. Then I'm looking at relocating him. Not far. He needs to be somewhere he can be, himself. She held Petunia's gaze. I'm not doing this to punish you. Petunia's jaw tightened. Then, quietly, I know. You could be, a part of things. If you wanted. He doesn't hate you. He doesn't have room for hate, somehow. Which is remarkable, given, she stopped. Given everything, Petunia said. Yes. A long pause. The ordinary street of Privet Drive sat around them, the neighbors' lawns neatly trimmed, someone mowing 2 houses down, a dog barking in the distance, the whole comfortable unremarkable surface of a world that had absolutely no idea. The solicitor's name is Helena Frost, Petunia said. She practices in Oxford. She's very discreet. She paused. Tell her Petunia sent you. Ara nodded once. Thank you. She got in the car. She started the engine. Through the sitting room window she could see the edge of the kitchen, and at the kitchen table, a small dark-haired figure with a book already open beside his plate, eating dinner and reading simultaneously with the perfect ease of someone who had decided, somewhere between Gringotts and Surrey, that the world was large and full of things worth knowing, and that he was going to know all of them. She pulled away from the curb and drove, and behind her, Privet Drive went on being exactly what it looked like, which was everything it wasn't. Chapter 3, Godric's Bones. The unraveling rite happened on a Wednesday in July, in a chamber 3 levels below the main floor of Gringotts that smelled of stone and old magic and something mineral and clean, like water running over copper. The chamber had no windows. It was lit by 4 standing braziers that burned a blue-white that wasn't fire exactly, more like the idea of fire, rendered very precisely. Greenock was not what Harry had been expecting, which was probably true of most things Harry encountered with Ara. She was ancient in the way Ragnarok was ancient, but where Ragnarok's age read as density, compressed experience, packed tight, Greenock's read as extension. Like something very long and very fine, drawn out across time. She had hands that seemed to have more joints than hands usually had, and she moved her fingers when she examined Harry's arm with the fluid precision of a concert musician. She said something in gobbledygook to Ara. Ara, who had been studying gobbledygook from a textbook for 6 weeks and was functional if not fluent, replied. Whatever she said made Greenock look at Harry again with an expression that was, in goblin terms, probably equivalent to someone raising their eyebrows quite significantly. She says your magical signature is the loudest she's read in 40 years, Ara told him. Is that good? Harry said. She says it depends entirely on what you do with it. Harry considered this. That seems fair. He sat in the chair in the center of the chamber, a low wide chair, almost a platform, carved from something that wasn't quite stone and wasn't quite wood, and Greenock began the preliminary work. It was not painful. It was not, in the initial stages, anything he could have described in ordinary language. It was more like something that had been pressing against him from the inside, so constantly and so thoroughly that he'd never had a category for it, beginning to move. Like a window being opened that he hadn't known was closed. Bill Weasley was in the corner making notes. He had his wand out and was tracking the process with a monitoring charm that left thin golden traces in the air around Harry, building a record that Ragnarok had explained would be used as evidence in the formal charter breach case. He caught Harry's eye at one point and gave him a quick nod, the kind that said you're doing fine without making a thing of it. Ara was standing 2 feet to Harry's left. She didn't touch him and she didn't talk, which was the right call. What Harry needed in this particular moment was not comfort, which implied that what was happening was difficult, but presence, which acknowledged that it was significant. She understood the difference. He'd noticed, in the weeks since the diagnostic, that she consistently understood that kind of difference. The suppression seal came apart in layers. He felt each one distinctly, not as pain exactly, but as a series of releases, each one larger than the last, like a sequence of doors opening in a corridor he hadn't known existed inside himself. The first layer was surface. The second went deeper. The third was so far down he felt it in his bones. When the fourth and deepest layer released, Harry sat very still for a moment and felt the world from the inside of himself, and it was more. It was simply more, in every direction. The blue-white flames in the braziers were suddenly very bright. The mineral smell of the chamber was suddenly very detailed. And under all of it, like a frequency he'd always heard at the edge of his range but never quite been able to tune in, there was something vast and complex and entirely his core, his magic, his inheritance and his own simultaneously, and it was awake. Greenock stepped back and said something in gobbledygook. She says the suppression seal is fully removed, Ara said, from his left. Her voice was very steady. How do you feel? Harry thought about this carefully, the way he thought about everything. Bigger, he said. From the inside. Bill, in the corner, let out a breath that had been held for some time. The blood ward anchor took another hour. It was different from the seal, where the seal had been like layers, the anchor was like roots, and Greenock unwound it from the outside in with the unhurried precision of someone doing very fine work they were not going to rush. At some points Harry could feel the specific places where the anchor had attached, at the base of his sternum, at the inside of his wrists, at the crown of his head, and as each one released, something that had been heavy without him knowing it was heavy simply wasn't there anymore. The last attachment point was the deepest one, and when it let go, Harry felt a wave of something move through him that wasn't physical and wasn't magical but was both simultaneously. The emotional environment tether. He had understood what it was in the clinical sense, in the way Ara had explained it. He hadn't understood, until it was gone, what it had actually been doing. It had been tying his sense of himself to privet drive. To the particular low frequency of a house where he was tolerated but not wanted, seen but not known, fed but not nourished. It had been feeding him that as a baseline. Teaching his nervous system that that was what the world was. That smallness was natural. That being overlooked was the condition of things. When it released, Harry sat in the chair in the Gringotts chamber and felt the absence of it. He felt what was underneath, his own sense of himself, without the overlay, without the anchor dragging it down. It was like the core thing, but different. Less grand and more personal. Just him. Unmodified. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Right," in the tone of someone who has completed an assessment and reached a clear conclusion, and stood up. Grinnock looked at him. Said something brief in gobbledygook. "She says the work is clean," Ara translated. "Full removal, no residual attachment points. She also says," she paused, doing the translation carefully. "She says she has performed this rite 41 times in her career. She has never performed it on someone whose native signature, post-removal, made the monitoring instruments behave in the way yours just did." "How did they behave?" Harry asked. Bill turned around his monitoring record. The golden traces that had been building during the process had, at the moment of the anchor's final release, bloomed outward from Harry's position in a pattern that was not random, it was structured, fractal, every line of it feeding back into every other line. It looked, Ara thought, like a very complicated map of something that understood itself completely. Harry looked at it for a moment. Something in his expression settled, not pride exactly, but recognition. The way you looked at something that confirmed what you'd suspected. "Okay," he said. "What do I do with it?" The answer to that question occupied the next 4 years, and Ara approached it the way she approached everything, with a plan that had been researched thoroughly, modified by evidence, and executed without apology. She moved him to Bristol by October. Not to her flat, she found a house 3 streets away, a narrow terrace with a back garden that was impractically large for the neighborhood and had what the estate agent called enormous potential and what Ara called enough space for practice. She did this through Petunia's solicitor, the formidable Helena Frost, using a combination of the emergency trustee status that Frost had spent 2 months establishing through an accelerated Wiesengemot petition and a Muggle lease arrangement that was entirely above board and would be incomprehensible to the ministry if they went looking for it. Petunia came to see the house in November. She stood in the back garden and looked at it for a long time without saying anything. Harry stood beside her. They had developed, in the preceding months, a relationship that was not warm exactly but was real, built from Petunia doing things differently than she had done before, and Harry noticing that she was doing things differently, and neither of them talking about it very much. "It's a good garden," Petunia said. "Ara says I can practice here," Harry said. "Magic. When I learn some." Petunia nodded. She had, Ara had observed, a very good poker face when it came to magic specifically. She neither flinched nor encouraged. She simply acknowledged. It was, given where she'd started, a significant achievement. "Your father used to do that," Petunia said. "Use any available open space." She stopped. Then, with the careful quality of someone handling something fragile, he could hover a football for 20 minutes without dropping it. "He showed me once, when Lily wasn't looking. I didn't tell her." Harry looked at his aunt. "Why not?" "Because she would have spent the whole day trying to do it better." A pause. "She would have managed it in about 10 minutes, which would have annoyed him, which would have been," Petunia stopped. "It would have been funny, actually." Her voice had done something odd, gone tight for a moment, then smoothed. "They were very funny together, your parents." "I didn't say that enough." Harry looked at the garden. "Ara tells me things about them," he said. "You could too. If you wanted." Petunia was quiet for a long time. "Yes," she said, finally. "I could. It wasn't an apology. It wasn't redemption, which required time and action and couldn't be compressed into a single moment in a garden. But it was a door opening, and Harry, who had decided, as far as Ara could tell, to be the kind of person who walked through doors rather than waited for them to be fully open, nodded once and moved on to something else, which was the most generous possible response. He started learning magic in January of his 6th year, and the first thing that became apparent was that learning was not quite the right word for what Harry did with magic. Ara had studied enough pedagogy in enough contexts to know the difference between someone who was acquiring a skill and someone who was remembering something their body already knew. Harry was the second kind. She would show him a concept, the basic mechanics of intentional wandless casting, the relationship between emotion and magical output, the structural principles of Latin root spell work, and he would listen with that focused composure and then simply do it, not perfectly but immediately, and then refine from there with the efficiency of someone correcting a thing they understood in their bones. She had expected this, in theory, since the unraveling rite. She had not expected the speed of it. By February he could produce a steady wandless light. By March it could illuminate a room. By April, when she was teaching him the foundations of shielding, explaining the principle of magical barrier construction as a geometry problem, which was how she'd been taught it by Marchbanks, he produced a shield on his third attempt that deflected a thrown book so hard the book hit the opposite wall. "I wasn't aiming for that," he said. "I know," Ara said, looking at the wall. "We'll work on calibration." He was 6. Marchbanks came to Bristol in April. He arrived in a taxi from the train station, carrying a single bag and the air of a man who had been meaning to make this journey for some time. He was 87 and moved with the specific economy of someone who had decided a long time ago not to waste energy on anything unnecessary, and he sat down at Ara's kitchen table. They did most of the serious teaching at Ara's kitchen table, which had the advantage of tea and biscuits and a lack of formality, and looked at Harry with the same thorough assessment that Ragnarok had done, and that Harry returned in the same way he'd returned Ragnarok's. "He told you about me?" Marchbanks said to Harry. Harry said. "Ara told me about you. She said you have the sharpest mind she's ever encountered." Marchbanks looked at Ara. "He's diplomatic. He's honest," Ara said. "He just has good instincts about sequencing." Marchbanks made a sound that was approximately a laugh. Then he looked back at Harry. "What do you know about the historical foundations of modern spell work?" "Latin roots are a convention, not a requirement," Harry said. "They were standardized in the 14th century because it gave the European wizarding community a shared casting language, which reduced accidents from regional variation. Before standardization, spells were cast in whatever language the caster thought in, which is why pre-standardization magic is harder to reverse engineer. You need to know what the caster's native language was." Marchbanks looked at him for a long moment. "Where did you read that?" "The History of Magical Linguistics. It's the blue one." Harry nodded toward the sitting room, where his books were organized in a system that made sense to him and approximately nobody else. "And Ara's notes from your lectures. She kept them." Marchbanks looked at Ara again. "You kept the notes?" "Of course I kept the notes," she said, without looking up from the tea she was making. "They were terrible lectures. They were excellent lectures and you know it." She set a mug in front of him. "He's been doing wandless casting since February. I want your assessment of his ceiling." Marchbanks turned back to Harry with the air of a man who has been given an interesting problem and intends to enjoy it. "Show me something," he said. Harry put down his biscuit and held out his hand. The light in the room shifted, not dramatically, not with any visible effort on his part, just a quiet adjustment of the ambient illumination, like a dimmer being turned up by precisely the right amount. Then he reversed it. Turned it up further than before, a warm golden quality, then brought it back to normal. The whole sequence took about 4 seconds and had the fluency of someone doing something they'd been doing for years. Marchbanks was quiet for a moment. "How old are you?" 6, Harry said. And when was the suppression seal removed? 7 months ago. 7 months. Marchbanks wrapped his hands around his mug. In 7 months of unrestricted development, with no formal wand training, you've reached a functional wandless casting level that most Hogwarts 7th years don't achieve in 7 years with a wand. He said this without inflection, as a simple statement of observed fact. Does that mean anything to you? Harry thought about it. It means the seal was doing more damage than the diagnostics showed, he said. It was suppressing development that should have happened passively, the kind that doesn't need teaching, that just happens as you grow up. So when the seal came off, I wasn't starting from zero. I was starting from wherever I should have been and catching up fast. Marchbanks looked at Ara. He worked that out himself, she said. About 3 weeks after the rite. I didn't tell him. What else did you work out yourself? Marchbanks said to Harry. The blood ward anchor was also suppressing accidental magic episodes, Harry said. Which means I don't have the muscle memory most magical children have, the reflexive, non-intentional casting that builds a kind of base infrastructure in the core. I'm doing that work consciously, which is actually faster in some ways because I can direct it. He paused. Ara thinks I'll be at full functional capacity by the time I start Hogwarts. I think she's being conservative. I think I was being conservative, Ara agreed pleasantly. Marchbanks made the sound again, the almost laugh. Right, he said. Let's talk about pre-standardization magic. He stayed for a week. By the time Harry was 7, the curriculum was threefold. Ara handled blood magic, diagnostics, and the theoretical architecture of magical systems, the how does this work layer, which Harry attacked with the same focus he gave everything. Marchbanks, who had taken to making monthly visits that extended without comment into semi-permanent arrangements, handled magical theory, pre-standardization casting, and the history and politics of the wizarding world that was not in the standard Hogwarts textbooks. And Bill Weasley, who turned up irregularly but consistently in the way of someone who had made a commitment and intended to keep it, handled practical curse-breaking, warding, and the kind of magical fieldwork that existed in the space between academic and applied. On a Tuesday morning in September of Harry's 7th year, Bill arrived with a letter he'd been holding for 3 days trying to decide whether to give it. He sat at the kitchen table, Ara's kitchen table, which had somehow become everyone's kitchen table, and put it down in front of Harry, who looked at it the way he looked at everything that came from an unexpected direction, which was with total composure and heightened attention simultaneously. This is from my mum, Bill said. Well. It's from Dumbledore, through my mum, though she doesn't know that's what it is. Harry looked at the letter. He did not touch it. My mother is, she loves Dumbledore. The whole family does. Did. Bill's voice had a specific tension in it. She got a visit from him about 2 weeks ago. He told her the Potter heir had been moved from his designated protective location and that there was concern for his safety and well-being, and he asked if she knew of anyone who might have had contact with the child. Bill paused. She wrote to me, because she knows I do some work for Gringotts. What did you tell her? Ara said. I told her Harry was healthy, safe, and well cared for. Bill met her eyes briefly. I didn't tell her where. Did Dumbledore know the message would get to us? Harry asked. Probably, Bill said. He's not someone who does things accidentally. Harry looked at the letter. He knows the vault access is suspended. He knows the guardianship authorization is being challenged. And now he's testing to see whether you'll maintain contact with me or redirect your loyalty to him. He looked at Bill. He's mapping his assets. Bill was quiet for a moment. Yeah, he said. That's what I thought. What do you want to do? Harry said. It was a genuine question, not rhetorical, not a power play. Harry asked it with the directness of someone who understood that Bill's choice here was not Harry's to make. Bill had a family whose central structure was built around trust in Dumbledore, and Harry was asking him, with complete honesty, whether that was a weight he wanted to carry. Bill looked at the letter. Then at Harry. "I want to finish what I started," he said. "I'm in." Harry nodded once, as if this were settled, and it was settled, because Harry treated decisions made out loud as binding in a way that made them binding. "Then we need to talk about the vault," he said. "The 12 items. How many can we recover before I start Hogwarts?" This was the conversation that had been building for 2 years. Ragnarok had been methodical and patient, as goblins were when they had identified something worth being patient about. The formal charter breach case moved through the goblin legal system at its own pace, which was faster than the human wizarding legal system in the ways that mattered and utterly indifferent to human time pressure in the ways that didn't. The guardianship challenge, filed by Helena Frost with the Wizengamot, had been stalled twice through procedural mechanisms that everyone involved understood to be Dumbledore working through ministry proxies, and Frost had blown through both stalls with the focused irritation of a solicitor who liked winning more than she liked anything else. The current status, as of September, was this: 5 items had been recovered. The 6 runic tiles had been found in Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts, logged in his personal research inventory under a different name, and Ragnarok had pursued their retrieval through the charter breach case with an efficiency that didn't ask for Dumbledore's permission. The bloodline pensive had been located in a ministry archive under an administrative hold designation and retrieved by Frost in a move that was simultaneously completely legal and profoundly satisfying. 3 smaller items, 2 personal artifacts and 1 text, had been found in storage at the wizarding estate of a retired ministry official who had been a Dumbledore associate since the 40s and had been holding them as a favor. 7 items remained outstanding. The cloak, the grimoire, the sword, the 2 Wizengamot seats, and the 3 sealed objects. The Wizengamot seats were the highest priority, Frost said, because they were the lever. The Potter seat carried significant weight, not controlling influence, but enough political gravity that its reactivation changed the composition of the Wizengamot in ways that would matter for every other fight they were planning to have. "Can we reactivate it now?" Harry asked. "While I'm a minor?" "The seat can be held formally in absentia under a proper trustee arrangement," Frost said. She'd joined the kitchen table contingent 2 months ago, arriving with a briefcase and the specific brisk efficiency of someone who had found a case she intended to win. "With me as the holding trustee and your Aunt Ara as the named secondary, we can file for seat reactivation immediately. The Wizengamot has a process for minor heirs, it's rarely used but it's there." "Dumbledore has a Wizengamot seat of his own," Ara said. "And the chief warlock position." "He does," Frost said. "Our reactivation petition goes through the clerk's office, not through Dumbledore's chair. He can object, but the legal standing is clean." She paused. "He will object." "I know," Harry said. "File it." Frost filed it. The objection came 8 days later, as expected. What was not expected, what Harry had specifically planned for, was that the objection, submitted under Dumbledore's chief warlock authority, contained a procedural error. Frost caught it in 20 minutes. It was small, the kind of mistake that happened when someone was drafting quickly in response to an unexpected situation, but in Wizengamot procedure, small errors in formal objections had significant consequences. The objection was dismissed. The Potter seat reactivation petition moved forward uncontested. Ara got the owl from Frost at 7 in the morning on a Thursday and read it at the kitchen table and then went 3 streets to Harry's house and knocked on the door. Harry answered in his pajamas, hair going in several directions, looking fully awake. "The seats," he said, reading her face. "Approved. Effective as of Monday." She held up the letter. Harry looked at it. Something moved through his expression, not triumph exactly, but something adjacent to it. More like the satisfaction of a thing that had been in motion finally completing its arc. "Good," he said. "Come in. I'll make tea." She went in. His kitchen was, like him, organized in a way that was efficient without being sterile, books stacked in specific places, a notepad on the table with handwriting too small for her to read from this distance, a collection of smooth stones on the windowsill that he used for a focusing exercise Marchbanks had taught him. The stones were warm when she touched one. "The grimoire next," Harry said, from the kettle. "The grimoire is the most complicated one." She sat down. "It's been in Dumbledore's direct possession since '81. Recovering it requires either the charter breach case delivering a removal order, which Ragnarok says is 18 months minimum, or someone going to get it," Harry said. Harry. "Not now," he said. "At Hogwarts. When I'm there and it's there and I have standing as the heir and the legal framework to demand it." He brought the tea and sat across from her. He was 8 years old. He was planning vault recovery operations like a chess player who'd already read the endgame. "I need the full charter breach judgment before I start. Or as much of it as Ragnarok can deliver." "Ragnarok thinks he can have the primary judgment by next summer," Ara said. "Then we time the Hogwarts approach to the judgment." He picked up his tea. "What about Sirius?" This was the other track running in parallel, the one that was slower and harder and had more variables. Ara had spent 2 years building the case, gathering testimony from people who had been at Godric's Hollow, cross-referencing the Aura reports from November '81, corresponding with a magical law professor who had written a paper on due process violations in post-war ministry procedure, and tracing the whereabouts of one Peter Pettigrew, whose officially recorded death had never been properly investigated, whose body had never been found, and whose supposed actions on the day of Sirius's arrest had several significant inconsistencies. "The Pettigrew evidence is solid," she said. "I have enough to demand a formal inquiry. The problem is standing. I need someone who can bring it to the Wisengamot with enough weight that it can't be procedurally buried. We have a Wisengamot seat. We have a minor heir's seat held by a trustee. It has standing but it's not the same as an adult wizard making a direct motion." Harry was quiet for a moment. "Amelia Bones," he said. Ara looked at him. "Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," Harry said. "She's known for being genuinely interested in correct procedure, which is unusual. She has Wisengamot standing and no documented Dumbledore connection." He paused. "I know about her from the history books, but she's current." "She is," Ara said carefully. "Contact her through Frost. Not about Sirius directly, about the due process paper, the academic one. Ask whether the DMLE has ever reviewed the '81 arrests for procedural compliance. Make it academic. See if she's interested in the question." He looked at Ara steadily. "If she's the kind of person who follows a question where it leads, she'll get there herself." Ara sat with this for a moment. "You want to get Sirius out," she said. "But you want the system to do it. Not us. The system doing it means it's clean. It means it can't be undone." He picked up his tea again. "And it means Dumbledore can't characterize it as a rogue action by people with a grudge. We do have a grudge." "Yes," Harry said. "But we're also right. The two things should be distinguishable." She looked at her nephew, 8 years old, pajamas, hair all over the place, and thought, not for the first time, about the architecture of the suppression seal. About how carefully it had been designed to prevent exactly this specific child, with this specific mind, sitting in his kitchen and being entirely in command of his own story. "I'll contact Frost today," she said. Harry nodded, satisfied. "What are we doing this morning?" Marchbanks sent the pre-standardization casting texts. "I thought we'd start on the old Irish roots. They're interesting because they don't map onto intent the way Latin does. They map onto state. What you are, rather than what you want." "Show me," Harry said, and meant it. Neville Longbottom came into Harry's life in September of that year, which was the year Harry turned 8, through a sequence of events that began with a herbology text and ended with a Thursday afternoon friendship that Ara suspected neither of them fully recognized as friendship until it had already been happening for weeks. The herbology text was one of a set of advanced materials that Ara had sourced from a wizarding academic supplier, and one volume had been sent to the wrong address, a house in Bath where the Longbottoms had been living since Augusta Longbottom had brought Neville there from the family estate after the events that had happened to his parents when he was barely a year old. The wrong address delivery led to an owl, which led to a correspondence, which led to Ara noting to Harry that he was, coincidentally, writing back and forth to the only other person his age she knew of who was reading advanced magical herbology for pleasure. "Should I mention who I am?" Harry asked. "Only if you want to." Ara set down her own letter. She'd been corresponding with Augusta separately, as one professional to another, Augusta having been briefly involved in Frost's Wisengamot work. "He doesn't know yet. His grandmother might." Harry wrote back. He mentioned his name on the third letter, in a very Harry way, not as a reveal, not with any fanfare, just slipping it into the middle of a paragraph about the cross-pollination theories they'd been discussing as a simple statement of identity. Neville's response came back in 48 hours and was, according to Harry's summary, fine. He just asked a question about the text and moved on. "I think I like him," Harry said. By November they were writing twice a week. By January, Ara had coordinated with Augusta for them to meet, which happened in a park in Bath on a Saturday afternoon with both grandmothers, or grandmother-adjacent guardians, maintaining a discreet distance. Neville was substantial in the way of certain people, not physically large, particularly, but present. Grounded. He had a face that was open by default and could be very still when he was thinking, which he did a lot and showed less than most people. He and Harry spent the first 20 minutes discussing the herbology text with the focused ease of two people who had been having a conversation for months and were now just continuing it in person, and Ara, watching from the park bench, felt something settle in her chest. Harry needed this. Not the formal education, not the tactical planning, not the institutional chess, he had all of that. He needed a peer. Someone who knew him and wasn't in awe of him and wasn't managing him and wasn't, in some way, carrying an agenda. Neville didn't have an agenda. Neville had, as far as Ara could determine, a genuine interest in plants, a deeply pragmatic approach to the world, and a steady core that was evident in everything from the way he stood to the way he dealt with uncertainty, which was to acknowledge it clearly and then proceed anyway. They were, she thought, going to be very good for each other. Luna Lovegood appeared in December, which was somewhat earlier and more abruptly than most things appeared, and under circumstances that Ara had not in any way planned for. Harry had been in Bristol's Central Library, a habit she'd not discouraged, the Muggle Library having an enormous collection that complemented his magical reading in ways she found architecturally useful, and he had come home with a library bag full of books and a 9-year-old girl walking beside him with the particular quality of forward motion that suggested she was going exactly where she meant to go. "This is Luna," Harry said. "Her father edits a magazine. She says her mother died when she was 5. She's been reading about blood magic in the non-restricted section." Luna Lovegood had silver blonde hair that looked like it had opinions about gravity and enormous grey eyes that gave the impression of looking at several layers of reality simultaneously. She looked at Ara with those eyes and said, "You're the squib who reads blood better than anyone alive." "That's one way to put it," Ara said. "Harry's signature is remarkable," Luna said, as a simple statement of fact. "I could see it across the library. It's like, you know how some pieces of music fill a room even when they're being played very quietly? It's like that." Harry looked at Ara with an expression that said he was aware this was unusual and was choosing to find it interesting rather than overwhelming. "Come in," Ara said. "I'll put the kettle on." Luna came in. She sat at the kitchen table with the ease of someone returning to a familiar place rather than entering a strange one. She and Harry had, apparently, been talking in the library for 2 hours before he'd brought her home, covering blood magic, magical music theory, the geopolitical history of Northern Europe, and the life cycle of a specific species of radish that Luna maintained had magical properties that had not yet been formally documented. "She's probably right about the radish," Harry said. "Almost certainly," Ara agreed. Luna stayed for dinner. She came back on Saturday. She became, over the following months, a third corner of the triangle that Ara watched forming between Harry, Neville, and herself, three children who were each unusual in their own specific way and who had each, for their own specific reasons, ended up slightly outside the normal current of things, and who had found in each other something that functioned exactly like home. The letter from Amelia Bones arrived on a Monday morning in March when Harry was 9. It was addressed to Helena Frost, formally and with appropriate DMLE letterhead, but Frost forwarded it to Ara within the hour because its contents were significant. It was brief and lawyerly and said, in essence, that the Department of Magical Law Enforcement had conducted an internal review of several 1981 arrests for procedural compliance, that the review had identified a number of cases in which standard due process protocols had not been observed, and that the DMLE was prepared to conduct formal re-examinations of these cases upon submission of new evidence. It noted that the review was ongoing and that parties with relevant information were encouraged to submit it through official channels. Ara read it twice. Then she went 3 streets to Harry's house and knocked on the door and put the letter on the kitchen table in front of him. He read it. Looked up. She followed the question, he said. She followed the question, Ara confirmed. Harry looked at the letter for another moment. Then he said, "How long to prepare the Pettigrew evidence package?" 2 weeks, if I work quickly. Work quickly. He said it without drama, without any of the weight of what it meant. His godfather, 5 years in Azkaban, wrongly imprisoned, the first thread in an unraveling that had been coming for a long time. He said it practically, as a thing that needed to be done and could now be done, and Ara looked at him and saw something she recognized from the mirror. The particular focus of a person who has been angry for a long time and is finally, carefully, transforming that anger into something useful. "I'll start today," she said. Harry nodded. He went back to his book. She went back to work. The evidence package went to the DMLE in April. It contained Ara's analysis of the Pettigrew inconsistencies, the witness testimony she'd gathered, the academic due process paper, and, because Frost had recommended it and she trusted Frost's instincts, a formal accounting of the charter breach case at Gringotts, demonstrating the pattern of institutional manipulation that had begun in November '81 and showing Pettigrew's disappearance as a piece of the same picture. For 3 months, nothing visible happened. Then in July, an Auror team in Scotland caught a rat. Not metaphorically. An actual rat, in a barn outside Inverness, that transformed under an attempted magical pest control charm into a very frightened, very small man with a missing finger and 12 years of evasion suddenly and completely over. Pettigrew. Alive. Which meant everything else that everyone believed was wrong. The owl from Frost arrived at 6 in the morning. Ara was already at her kitchen table. Harry was 3 streets away. She went to get him. He was sitting in his back garden when she arrived, in the early morning light, apparently in the middle of a wandless casting exercise. There were 3 of the smooth stones from his windowsill floating in precise formation about 4 feet off the ground, turning in slow complex arcs that kept reconfiguring without losing their relationship to each other. He looked up when she came through the garden gate and the stones settled to the ground with the easy completeness of something paused, not dropped. She held up the letter. He read her face before he read the letter. She watched him understand. "Pettigrew," he said. "Found. Alive. Arrested." A silence. The morning light was doing something warm across the garden, the stones catching it, the grass still dewy. "Serious," Harry said. "The review board will convene within 30 days. With Pettigrew in custody and a living alibi for the original charges." She stopped. "It's going to happen." Harry looked at the garden for a moment. At the stones on the grass. At the morning light. "How long has he been there?" he said. "In Azkaban." "Nearly 12 years, she said. Something moved through Harry's expression, not the composure, not the stillness. Something more personal, more unguarded, the way his face had gone when Petunia mentioned his father's football trick. The grief of something that couldn't be undone, acknowledged briefly and completely, before the practical mind took over again. "He'll need someone," Harry said. "When he gets out. He's been there 12 years. He'll need time and care and, yes," Ara said. "I want to meet him." "You will." "Before Hogwarts," Harry said. Not a question. A statement of what was going to happen. "Before Hogwarts," Ara agreed. Harry bent down and picked up one of the stones from the grass. Turned it in his hand for a moment. "Ara," he said. "Yeah. We're doing well." He said it plainly, without performance. Like a status report. "For where we started." She looked at him, at 9-year-old Harry Potter, in his back garden in Bristol in the July morning, 2 years out from a cupboard under the stairs, unsealed and growing and entirely himself, with a godfather about to be freed and a vault being recovered and the long patient work of dismantling someone else's architecture for his life proceeding exactly as planned. "We're doing very well," she said. He put the stone back in his pocket. The 3 others rose from the grass without his looking at them, resumed their slow complex orbits. He went back to his exercise. She stood in the gate and watched the stones turn in the morning light and thought about Godric's Hollow, about a night she hadn't been there for, about what was owed, and what was being taken back, and what was being built in the space where something terrible had been. She thought about Lily. Then she went inside to make breakfast, because there was work to do and the morning was long and the stones kept turning, patient and exact, in the summer air. Chapter 4. The boy who knew. The Hogwarts letter arrived on a Tuesday morning in July, which was not a surprise to anyone, but which Harry still picked up from the doormat and held for a moment in both hands with an expression that Ara caught from the kitchen doorway before he knew she was watching. It was the unguarded one, quick, real, gone in 3 seconds before he looked up and saw her. "It came," he said. "It came," she agreed. He set it on the table and sat down and opened it with the same methodical care he gave everything, breaking the seal neatly, unfolding the parchment flat. He read it once through, then again. Then he set it down and looked at it. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," he said. "Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore." "Yes. His name is on my letter. It's his school." Harry looked at the letter for another moment. "For now," he said, and got up to make tea. Ara sat down at the table. Outside the kitchen window the Bristol morning was doing its usual grey-bright thing, the kind of sky that couldn't decide. Harry moved around the kitchen with the easy efficiency of someone comfortable in their own space. He'd been in this house for 4 years and it fit him the way houses fit people who've lived in them properly, not just occupied them. There were books on every horizontal surface. The windowsill stones were there. There was a notebook open on the counter with a page of diagrams that were somewhere between magical theory and engineering. "Neville's letter came yesterday," Harry said, "from the kettle." "I know. Augusta told me. Luna's doesn't come for another year. She'll be fine." Ara picked up the Hogwarts letter and looked at the supply list on the back. The usual roster of standard texts and equipment. "She's always fine." "She's always something," Harry said, which was affectionate rather than dismissive, and was probably the most accurate characterization of Luna Lovegood that anyone had managed in the 2 years since she'd followed Harry home from the library. He set a mug in front of Ara and sat down. "The Ragnarok timeline. Primary judgment expected by the end of August," Ara said. "Frost thinks September at the latest. We file the demand for the grimoire and the cloak and the sword through the judgment, we have the standing, we have the legal mechanism, we need the paper. And the 3 sealed objects. The sealed objects come with the full charter breach resolution. They'll be disclosed as part of the formal accounting." She wrapped her hands around her mug. "Harry. When you get to Hogwarts, I know," he said. "He's going to, I know," Harry said again, not impatiently but firmly, the way he said things when he wanted to communicate that he'd already run the scenario. "He's going to try to establish authority. He'll be warm and reassuring and specifically interested in me in a way that's designed to make me feel seen. He'll position himself as the person who most understands what I've been through and what I'm facing. He paused. He's good at it. He's had a long time to practice. Yes. It won't work. He said it without drama. Not because I'm immune to warmth, I'm not. But because I know what the warmth is for. He looked at his mug. And because Sirius will have been out for 2 months by September, and that particular debt will be visible. Ara said nothing for a moment. Then, don't go looking for a fight. Harry looked at her. I never look for fights. You're strategic enough that sometimes the fight doesn't know you started it until it's already over. She held his gaze. Dumbledore is very smart and he has a century of experience and he will be watching you from the moment you arrive. Good, Harry said. Then we'll both be watching. Sirius Black walked out of Azkaban on a Tuesday in August, after a formal exoneration hearing before the Wisengamot that had lasted 3 days and covered 12 years of wrongful imprisonment with the particular bureaucratic comprehensiveness of an institution managing its own embarrassment. Amelia Bones had presented the case with the focused efficiency of someone who had decided this was going to be done correctly. Pettigrew's testimony had been delivered under veritaserum and corroborated on 11 specific points, and the vote for full exoneration had been 37-6, with 3 abstentions, which were Dumbledore's block. Ara had watched from the public gallery with Helena Frost on her left and Harry on her right. The 3 abstentions had not been lost on Harry. Sirius came out of the Wisengamot chamber into the atrium of the ministry looking like someone who had been underwater for 12 years and was relearning the quality of air. He was 42 but wore it strangely, gaunt in some ways and vital in others, the prison years visible in the hollow under his cheekbones and the grey threading through the dark hair, but his eyes were the same dark grey that Ara knew from the photographs Lily had kept, quick and lit and refusing, despite everything, to be permanently extinguished. He looked across the atrium and found Harry immediately. As if there were a compass involved. Harry walked over to him. Ara hung back with Frost, which was the right call. This was not a moment that needed witnesses in the close sense, it needed room. She watched them meet. She couldn't hear what was said. She saw Sirius crouch down to Harry's level and look at him for a long moment, the way you looked at things you'd been afraid you'd never see, and she saw Harry look back without any of the shyness or uncertainty that might have been there 2 years ago in a 5-year-old who'd never been told about his family. He was 11. He'd been told everything. He looked at Sirius with the clear directness of someone meeting a person they already knew. She saw Sirius say something. She saw Harry answer. She saw Sirius's expression do something complicated and very fast before he pulled himself straight and put a hand on Harry's shoulder and Harry let him, which was the important part. Frost touched her arm. Well done, she said, quietly, and Ara wasn't sure which of the last 2 years of work she was referring to, and it didn't matter, because it was all the same work. They had dinner that evening, Ara and Harry and Sirius and Frost, who was technically there as legal counsel but stayed because she wanted to and nobody objected. The restaurant was Muggle, which had been Ara's choice for reasons that were equal parts practical and personal. Sirius, who had grown up in a household that treated Muggles with a particular contempt that he'd spent his adult life repudiating, was visibly glad to be in a room where nobody knew who he was. He ate with the focused appreciation of someone reacquainting themselves with food that wasn't institutional, and he talked, and he listened, and he was, Ara decided, exactly what Harry needed in a godfather, not a parent, not a guardian in the managed distance way, but a specific kind of adult who was on your side without agenda, who had known and loved your parents and could tell you who they were as people rather than as legends, and who thought the rules were largely guidelines if the reason behind them was wrong. You've been learning pre-standardization casting, Sirius said to Harry, somewhere in the second course. Marchbank's curriculum, Harry said. Marchbanks is still alive? Very much. He came to Bristol every month for 3 years. Sirius looked at Ara. You got Elliot Marchbanks to make monthly house calls. He made them willingly, she said. He told me once that he'd made a house call for a student exactly once in 40 years and he regretted it. Sirius shook his head slowly, but he was smiling. Your father would have, James would have been, he stopped. The smile shifted into something more complex for a moment. He would have been so proud. Both of them. Harry absorbed this in his specific way, complete stillness, full attention, no deflection. Tell me something specific, he said. Not the general version. Sirius looked at him. What? Tell me something specific about them. Something small. Not the heroic version. Sirius was quiet for a moment, recalibrating. Then, your mother kept a running score on a piece of parchment on the Gryffindor common room notice board of every time your father said something that was correct on the first try. Not clever, just factually right on the first try, without being corrected. By 7th year the score was at 47. She started it as a joke and kept it going because he loved it. He paused. He framed the parchment. It was on the wall at Godric's Hollow. Harry nodded slowly. Storing it. Your father, Sirius continued, warming to it now, once convinced the entire castle that a particular corridor on the 4th floor was haunted by a ghost that smelled of cabbage. He maintained this fiction for 2 years, through increasingly elaborate planted evidence, because it was the most direct route to divination and he wanted to keep it clear for his own use. He glanced at Ara. You knew about the corridor? Lily mentioned it, Ara said. She thought James was behind it and had no proof. She was right and he never told her. Sirius smiled. One of the very few things he kept from her. He was pathetically transparent about everything else. Harry was smiling, the real one, the quick one. What was the cabbage ghost called? Sir Reginald of Northampton. Did it have a backstory? 400 years of documented cabbage-related tragedy, Sirius said, and Harry laughed, an actual laugh, unreserved and genuine, and Sirius looked at the sound of it like it was something he'd needed to hear. They went to Diagon Alley for school supplies in late August, the 4 of them, Ara, Harry, Sirius, and Neville, whom Augusta had deposited at the Bristol house the previous morning with a trunk and a herbology reference book and the look of a woman depositing a child in the most competent available hands. Luna had, characteristically, sent a letter that said she expected a full report and had included a small package of something she called clarity seeds which she suggested Harry scatter on the Hogwarts grounds within the first week. Ara had opened the package and found what appeared to be ordinary radish seeds and decided this was probably fine. Diagon Alley was different with Harry at 11 than it had been at 5. He moved through it differently, not with the controlled wonder of a first visit but with something that was already almost proprietary. He knew the history of it. He knew the political geography of it. He knew which shops were affiliated with which families and which families sat in which Wisengamot alignments and how the spatial layout of the alley reflected centuries of commercial competition. He walked through it like someone reading a text they had studied, and Sirius walked beside him, and their combined effect on the people they passed was interesting to watch. Sirius was recognizable. Newly exonerated, newly free, still carrying the particular gravity of someone who had been famous and then infamous and was now famous again in a different key, his face had been in every wizarding newspaper for 3 weeks. People looked at him and then at Harry and then put the two together with expressions that ranged from curiosity to something more complicated. Harry was recognizable in a different way. He had the scar. He had Lily's eyes in James's face. He had, since the unraveling rite, a magical signature that apparently radiated at a level detectable to anyone with any sensitivity, a fact he treated as a neutral piece of information rather than something to manage. He didn't dim it. He didn't apologize for it. He walked through Diagon Alley being exactly what he was, and the people who felt it stopped and he looked back and moved on. Madame Malkin measured him for robes with the brisk efficiency of someone who had seen everything, and he stood on the fitting platform with his arms out and talked to Neville about a new-level herbology text they'd both been reading and didn't notice or didn't care about the other students watching. At Ollivander's, the wand-maker came out from the back before they reached the counter. Ollivander was very old, older than Marchbanks, older than almost anything that still moved around and spoke, and he had those silver eyes that always looked like they were looking at several versions of a thing at once. He stopped in front of Harry and looked at him with those eyes for a long moment. "Mr. Potter," he said. "Mr. Ollivander," Harry said. "I wondered when you'd come." He tilted his head very slightly. "Your father. Holly and mahogany, 11 inches. Your mother. Willow and, well. Your mother's wand is in this shop. It was returned after." He stopped. "I kept it. Waiting." Harry's expression went very still. "You kept my mother's wand." "I keep all of them. But this one I kept with particular care." Ollivander's voice had gone quiet. "It's not the wand you'll take to Hogwarts. That will be your wand, the one that chooses you. But, her wand is yours, if you want it." Harry looked at the old man for a moment. Then, "Yes," he said. "I want it." Ollivander went to the back. He came out with 2 boxes. He set the first one on the counter and opened it. Willow, 10¼ inches, phoenix feather, the wood a warm pale color and the wand itself still carrying, to Ara's diagnostic eye, the faintest residual warmth of its original owner. Harry picked it up. Nothing happened, no warmth from him, no reciprocal magic, but his hand was steady and his face was very quiet and he held it for a moment with the care of something irreplaceable before he set it down and let Ollivander close the box. The second box, the choosing, took 15 wands and 30 minutes and got progressively more interesting. The wands that were close but wrong left traces, small flares of misdirected energy, showers of sparks in wrong colors, in 2 cases what appeared to be minor structural damage to the shelving. Ollivander seemed to find this more interesting rather than less with each attempt. "Unusual," he said, at the 12th wand. "Very unusual." He was looking at Harry the way he'd looked at him when he first came out from the back, with those layered eyes. "Your signature it's not matching the standard pairing algorithm. It's like," he stopped. "Like you already have the relationship that the wand is supposed to create." "What does that mean?" Harry asked. "It means," Ollivander paused, thinking. "It means the wand isn't going to be a focus for you. It's going to be an interface. An instrument." He was already moving toward the back. "I have something that I don't usually bring out. Made it 20 years ago and have been keeping it for, I didn't know what for, actually. Moments like this, perhaps." He came back with a box that was slightly longer than the others and made of a different wood, darker, denser. He opened it. The wand was 11½ inches, yew and holly combined in a spiral construction that Ara had read about in theory but never seen made. 2 core woods worked together, which was technically inadvisable and required a wand maker of extraordinary skill to execute. The core was a double core, phoenix feather and thestral tail hair, bound together at the center. It looked, to Ara's eye, like something that had been waiting. Harry picked it up. The light in the shop did something. It didn't flare, it shifted, the way the quality of light shifts when a cloud moves off the sun. Warm, immediate, filling the room with a clarity that hadn't been there a moment before. Harry's hand was perfectly steady. He moved the wand once through the air in a small precise arc, and the windows rang, very softly, the way crystal rings when the right frequency finds it. Ollivander stood looking at this for a moment. "Yes," he said. "That's it." He looked at Harry. "Be careful with it. Not because it's fragile, it isn't. Because it will amplify exactly what you put into it. There's no dampening. No margin for error." He paused. "That's generally an advantage." Harry looked at the wand. Then he looked at Ollivander. "You said my mother's wand was returned after." "After what?" Ollivander met his eyes. "After Godric's Hollow," he said. It was found by an Auror at the scene and brought here because it's standard procedure for wands whose owners." He stopped. "Thank you for keeping it," Harry said. "It was the least of what she deserved," Ollivander said, quietly, and Ara had to look at the shelving for a moment. The Hogwarts Express left on September 1 at 11 o'clock from platform 9 3/4, which Harry stepped onto for the first time with Neville beside him and Sirius behind him and Ara at the barrier, who had been through it before on the day she'd stood on this platform and waited for the letter that never came. She didn't stand there long. She had things to do. Harry turned back at the barrier. The platform was full of families doing the specific September 1 thing, the organized chaos, the owls, the trunks, the first-years looking terrified, the older students performing casual expertise. Harry stood in it and looked at her. "The judgment," he said. "I'll owl you the day it arrives. And Frost has the Wizengamot petition ready to file the moment we have the judgment in hand." He nodded. Then, in a different register, "Thank you." She didn't say "don't thank me" or "of course" or any of the things that would have been true but incomplete. She said, "I'll be here when you come home at Christmas," and Harry nodded again and turned toward the train, and Neville gave her a brief wave that was warm in the completely uncomplicated way that Neville did warmth, and they went. Sirius appeared at her shoulder. He watched the train for a moment. "You've built something remarkable," he said. "With him. We built it together. You started it." He glanced at her. "In the car. When he was 5. She looked at the train, the red of it, the steam. "His mother would have done the same. Lily would have set the whole wizarding world on fire," Sirius said. "You've been more surgical. I think it's better." He paused. "I think you might be the most dangerous person in this whole enterprise, Ara." "Good," she said. The train whistle went. The crowd on the platform moved and pressed and called out farewells, and Ara watched the Hogwarts Express pull out of platform 9 3/4 and disappear into the steam and took a long breath. Then she got her phone out and called Frost. "He's on the train," she said. "Let's talk about the Wizengamot petition." The castle was exactly what Harry had expected and nothing like what he'd expected, which he understood was the only appropriate way to encounter something real. He'd read descriptions of it. He'd read the architectural history, the magical foundations, the ward layers that had been built over 900 years. He'd read Marchbank's lecture notes on the ambient magic of the place, the way the castle itself had a presence, accumulated from centuries of magical activity and the specific architectural intentions of its founders. He'd thought he had a picture of it. What he hadn't accounted for was the quality of arriving. The boats across the lake in the dark, the castle rising above them, lit from within against the sky, there was no reading that adequately prepared you for the scale of it, the feeling that you were approaching something that had been there longer than every framework you had for size and time and permanence. Neville, sitting across from him in the boat, was looking at it with an expression that was very composed and very moved simultaneously. Harry recognized the combination. "Well," Neville said. "Yeah," Harry said. Professor McGonagall met them at the doors. She was exactly as Ara had described, precise, serious, carrying the particular authority of someone who did not need to perform it because it was simply a fact about them, the way height was a fact. She looked at the assembled first-years with the efficient sweep of someone doing a rapid assessment, and then her eyes found Harry and rested there for just a moment, a flicker of something complicated and quickly controlled, before she addressed the group. Harry looked back at her. He had things to say to McGonagall, things that could be said because she was named in his parents' legitimate will and because she had, as far as he could determine, no knowledge of the forgery or the seals and deserved to know. But not tonight. Not in a corridor with 40 other 11-year-olds watching. He filed it under soon. The Great Hall was, well. It was the Great Hall. The ceiling was the night sky, the candles floated in the way that had caught him at 5 in the leaky cauldron, the 4 tables ran the length of the room, and the 100-odd students already there looked up at the incoming first-years with the range of expressions that ranged from indifferent to predatory to genuinely welcoming. The staff table was at the head of the hall, and Harry let his gaze move along it with the careful casual sweep of someone who was not telegraphing that they were reading the room. He found Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore was 85 years old and looked, on the surface of it, exactly like the most trustworthy person in the world. Long white hair, half-moon spectacles, robes of deep blue that were slightly theatrical but not offensively so, an expression of benign wisdom that had been refined across decades until it was functionally indistinguishable from the real thing. He sat in the central chair with the easy authority of something structural, not a person holding a position but a position that had fully absorbed its person. He was looking at Harry. Harry looked back. Directly, without adjustment, without the slightest modification of his own expression. Just looked, clearly and without apology, for exactly as long as it took to convey that he knew what looking directly at someone meant and was doing it intentionally. Something moved in Dumbledore's expression. Very small. Very fast. He looked away first, toward the approaching first years as a group, resuming the benign expression without missing a beat. Neville, walking beside Harry, said quietly, "Did you just have a moment with the headmaster?" "We reached an understanding," Harry said. "At a distance of 40 feet. "Efficiency," Harry said, and they were at the front of the hall where Professor McGonagall was setting the sorting hat on its stool. The hat sang. Harry listened to the song, the annual address, the description of the 4 houses, the qualities it spoke to in each, and thought about Ara's notes on sorting methodology, which she'd compiled from Marchbank's historical analysis and 3 independent academic papers on Hogwarts founding. The hat was not, the research suggested, simply sorting by dominant trait. It was sorting by self-conception, by the story a person told about themselves, filtered through an ancient magic that could read that story directly. Which meant the conversation was going to be interesting. The hat sorted steadily through the alphabet. When it called Longbottom, Neville, Harry watched his friend put the hat on and saw the brim dip very slightly over his ears, and then the hat called Gryffindor without what seemed like very much deliberation, and Neville took the hat off with the serene expression of someone who had never really thought it would go any other way. "Potter, Harry." The hall went quiet when he sat down. Not the complete silence of something shocking, there had been a murmur of anticipation building since McGonagall called the roll, since people had recognized the name, but a specific quality of attention, the whole room holding something. He put the hat on. "Well," said a voice directly in his mind, dry and interested and carrying the specific quality of something very old that has been wrong-footed. "This is unusual." "In what way?" Harry thought. "In the way that you already know what I am and how I work and have clearly been thinking about this conversation." The hat seemed, if a hat could seem, amused. "I've had students try to argue with me. I've had students try to bargain. I've had students sit down and immediately think very loudly about a house and assume I can't tell that's deliberate." A pause. "You're doing none of those things." "I'm not trying to influence the sorting," Harry thought. "I know the cases for each house. I know what you're looking for. I thought it would be more respectful to just be honest." "Honest," the hat said. "All right. Be honest, then. What do you want from the next 7 years?" Harry thought about this. He thought about Ara's kitchen table and Marchbank's lectures and the stones turning in the morning light and Sirius walking out of the ministry into daylight and the list that was still not fully resolved and the judgment that was coming and Dumbledore's expression in the Great Hall 2 minutes ago. "I want to learn everything there is to learn," he thought. "I want to recover what was taken. I want to build something that outlasts what was done to my family. I want to be the kind of person who doesn't need to hide what they are." He paused. "I want to be useful. Not to one person's plan. Generally useful." "Gryffindor would take you," the hat said. "Your courage is, frankly extraordinary for an 11-year-old. Ravenclaw would be delighted, your mind is the kind that makes the house look good. Slytherin would make you remarkable use of, and you would be aware of exactly how you were being made use of, which makes you less Slytherin than the house thinks it wants." "And Hufflepuff?" Hufflepuff, the hat said, with what was definitely warmth, would give you the thing you might not know you need. Groundedness. Community. People who measure worth by effort and loyalty rather than talent and strategy. A pause. You have the talent and the strategy. But the boy who spent 5 years in a cupboard under the stairs learning to be small also learned something else. He learned that what he needed most was people who showed up. Consistently. Without agenda. Harry was quiet for a moment, inside the hat. You're not telling me to go to Hufflepuff, he thought. I'm telling you what Hufflepuff would give you, the hat said. I'm also telling you that you already have it. You built it yourself. Ara Evans. Sirius Black. Neville Longbottom. Luna Lovegood. You know how to find the people who show up. A pause. So the question isn't what house will give you what you need. The question is where you will do the most good. Harry thought about Dumbledore in the Great Hall. About the staff table. About the castle itself, which had been built by 4 people with 4 different visions that were supposed to be complementary and had become complicated. Gryffindor, he thought. That's where my parents were. That's where Neville is. And that's where, he stopped. That's where it starts. Yes, the hat said, with satisfaction. I thought so. It raised its brim. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted. Neville was clapping with the particular wholehearted Neville style that was not showy but was completely genuine. Harry took the hat off, set it back on the stool, and walked to the table. He did not look at the staff table. He didn't need to. Dumbledore's first move came on the 3rd day. It came in the form of an invitation delivered by McGonagall at breakfast, a note, sealed, requesting Harry's presence in the headmaster's office at 4 o'clock that afternoon, phrased in the pleasantly mandatory way that Harry had been briefed would be the opening format. He showed it to Neville. Neville read it and handed it back. Expected, he said. Yes. Harry tucked it into his bag. I'll go. Obviously you'll go. Neville spread marmalade on his toast with the focused precision he applied to practical tasks. What's the approach? Honest, Harry said. But not informative. Neville thought about this. There's a difference. You can tell the truth about what you know without volunteering what you're planning. Harry picked up his tea. He'll try to establish what I know and who I've been in contact with and what my general disposition is. I'll tell him the truth about all of that. And the vault stuff? Frost? Ragnarok? If he asks directly, yes. Neville looked at him. That seems confident. Harry said. I was going to say bold. It's the same thing. Harry looked down the table at the other Gryffindors, the new first-years finding their equilibrium, the older students having established dynamic conversations, the whole ecosystem of a house common room beginning to include him and Neville at the edges of it. He already knows the vault access was suspended. He knows about the guardianship challenge. He's been watching this for 2 years. Pretending I don't know that he knows would be insulting to both of you, Neville said. Exactly. Your approach to adversarial relationships is unusual. My approach to adversarial relationships is that the adversary should know they're in one, Harry said. Anything else is just slow. The headmaster's office was, architecturally, a very good piece of psychological work. Harry had read the layout, Marchbanks had described it in lecture notes, and Bill Weasley had given him a Cursebreaker's analysis of the ambient ward structure, but entering it was still usefully instructive. It was warm. It was full of interesting objects. The sorting hat was on a shelf in the corner. The portraits of previous headmasters decorated the walls, several of them regarding Harry with frank curiosity. The overall effect was of a place that was both authoritative and intimate, official but personally attended to. Dumbledore was standing when Harry arrived, not behind his desk, which would have been formal, but at the window, which was the more sophisticated choice. He turned when Harry came in with an expression of warmth that was, technically, real. Dumbledore's affection for Harry was not fake, which was what made him complicated. He genuinely cared, in the way of someone who had convinced themselves that caring was the same as acting well. "Harry," he said. "Please sit down." Harry sat. He looked around the office openly, the way he looked at everything, taking in the instruments on the shelves, several of which he recognized from Ara's diagnostic kit equivalents, and the portraits, and the perch where Fawkes should have been and wasn't today. "I'm glad you've arrived safely," Dumbledore said, settling into the chair across from him rather than behind the desk. "Personal, not formal. And I hope the journey was comfortable." "It was," Harry said. "Thank you for the invitation." A small pause, Dumbledore noting the word invitation rather than summons, which was accurate and also a calibration. "I wanted to meet you properly," Dumbledore said. "I've thought of you often over the years. There is no one in our world, whose welfare has mattered more to me than yours." Harry looked at him steadily. "Let the statement sit." "I understand you've been living in Bristol," Dumbledore continued. "With your aunt, your father's sister, I believe." "My mother's sister," Harry said. "Arabella Evans." "Ah yes." A slight adjusting of tone, not alarm, but precision, a musician correcting a note. "I wasn't aware that Lily had." "She does," Harry said pleasantly. "You removed her from the will." The office was very quiet for a moment. The instruments on the shelves made their small sounds. A portrait in the corner appeared to be pretending to be asleep. Dumbledore looked at Harry with those blue eyes, and Harry saw something behind the warmth, not malice, not calculation exactly, but the specific expression of an extremely intelligent person reorienting very fast. "That is a serious claim," Dumbledore said. "It's an accurate one," Harry said. "Ragnarok at Gringotts has the original will. He also has the document that was filed in its place. Helena Frost has submitted a formal Wisengamot petition about the guardianship authorization. I expect you're aware of it." He paused. "The primary judgment in the charter breach case is expected in late August or September. I thought it was important that you know I know, rather than continuing a conversation on false premises." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment that Harry counted. 4 seconds. That was significant for someone of his experience. It meant genuine recalibration rather than managed response. "Harry," Dumbledore said, and his voice had shifted, not abandoning the warmth, but layering something over it, something almost sad. "I want you to understand that everything I have ever done regarding you was done out of genuine care. The choices I made in those first hours after your parents, those were impossible choices, made under impossible circumstances." "I believe that," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. "I believe you made those choices out of genuine care," Harry said. "I also believe that genuine care is not the same as good judgment, and that both things can be true simultaneously." He held the headmaster's gaze. "The seal on my core. The blood-ward anchor. The suppression of my development for 11 years. The taking of items from my family vault. The forging of my father's will." He said each item plainly, without heat. "Those things happened. The care you feel doesn't change them." Another silence. Longer this time. "The cloak of invisibility," Harry said, when Dumbledore didn't fill it. "You've had it since '81. It belongs to me. I'd like it back." Dumbledore looked at him, really looked at him, in a way that Harry thought was probably the first time in this conversation that he was seeing Harry rather than the manageable narrative he'd constructed around him. He looked, for just a moment, uncertain, which was not something his face was practiced at showing. "I was going to give it to you," he said. "I had planned, you were going to give it to me at Christmas of my first year," Harry said. "As a gift. Anonymous. Warm and generous, part of establishing yourself as someone who delights in me." He watched Dumbledore's expression carefully. I've been told I might be wrong about specific details. I don't think I'm wrong about the general shape of it. He wasn't wrong. The confirmation was in the quality of Dumbledore's stillness. You're 11 years old, Dumbledore said. It wasn't a dismissal. It was almost something else. Something that might have been genuine bewilderment. Yes, Harry said. The seal came off when I was 6. I've had 5 years. He stood up. The interview, he decided, was complete. I should get back. I have transfiguration homework. He paused. I like Professor McGonagall, by the way. She seems like someone who genuinely values doing things correctly. Dumbledore was still sitting in his chair, and his expression had lost most of its management. He looked like a man confronting the gap between the story he'd been telling and the story that was actually happening, and finding it larger than he'd calculated. Harry, he said. The prophecy, I know about the prophecy, Harry said. We can talk about it when you're ready to be fully honest about what it says and what you've done in response to it. He looked at the old man steadily. I'm not your enemy. I'm also not your instrument. Those two things can both be true. He went to the door. Stopped. The cloak, he said. I'd appreciate having it by end of week. He left. He came back to the Gryffindor common room and found Neville doing herbology reading by the fire and sat down across from him and took out his transfiguration text. How did it go? Neville said, without looking up. He knows now, Harry said. How did he take it? Harry considered. He's processing, he said. He'll try something else soon. Something more emotional, probably. He'll look for the lever. He opened his transfiguration text. But he's not stupid. He knows the legal framework is in motion and he can't stop it cleanly. He found his page. I think he might be the kind of person who can change, actually. Neville looked up at that. You think? I think he's spent so long being right that he's forgotten how to consider that he isn't. Harry looked at his text. That's fixable, theoretically. If someone keeps showing him clearly. He paused. It might not be fixable in him specifically. But the theory is sound. Neville looked at him for a moment with the steady Neville look, the one that saw clearly without commentary. You're going to make the next 7 years very interesting, he said. I'm going to try, Harry said, and started reading. That night, the cloak appeared on his bed. No note. No gift tag. Just the silver shimmer of it folded on his pillow, and Harry picked it up and held it for a moment, feeling the particular magic of it, old and clean and vast, the halo recognizing its air, and thought about his father wearing it through these same corridors, and his grandfather before that, and the long line of Potters stretching back to Linfred of Stinchcombe and a vault that was 900 years old. He put the cloak on. Looked down at his disappeared feet. Walked once around the room. Then he took it off, folded it carefully, and put it in his trunk. The first item. 11 to go. Chapter 5, Ragnarok's accounting. The primary judgment arrived on a Wednesday in October, 3 weeks into term, delivered by a Gringotts courier owl that bypassed the normal Hogwarts mail entirely. Goblins had their own arrangements with the castle's wards, arrangements that predated the current headmaster by several centuries and were not subject to his review. The owl was a large tawny bird with a brass leg band and the particular air of an animal that was employed by serious people and knew it. It landed directly on the Gryffindor table at breakfast and extended its leg to Harry with the focused professionalism of a courier who had a delivery to complete. Harry took the sealed package, the owl left, and Neville put down his fork and looked at the package and said nothing, because Neville understood when silence was the right response. Harry broke the Gringotts seal, a double-embossed crest that crumbled to nothing when his thumb pressed it, blood-authenticated, keyed to him specifically, and unfolded the document inside. It was 12 pages of goblin legal notation, dense and precise, with a summary page in English at the front that Ragnarok had added with the pragmatic acknowledgement that the primary interested party was 11 years old and human. He read the summary. Then he read it again. Then he folded it, put it in his bag, and finished his breakfast. "Well?" Neville said, at the point where silence stopped being respectful and started being unbearable. "We won," Harry said. He picked up his pumpkin juice. "Completely." Neville released a breath he'd been holding for some time. "Completely as in, Guardian authorization voided as of immediately. Forged will formally invalidated. Ara confirmed as secondary trustee. Full estate accounting ordered with a 90-day compliance window." Harry set down his juice. "And a formal finding of charter breach against Dumbledore by name, which means Gringotts is initiating their own recovery proceedings for the missing vault items independent of our petition." Neville stared at him. "Gringotts is going after Dumbledore directly. Charter breach is the most serious thing you can do in Goblin law," Harry said. "They don't need our petition. They're going to go and get the items themselves and then bill him for the inconvenience." He paused. "I think the phrase Ragnarok used in his cover letter was considerable administrative fee. What does that mean in practice?" "It means Ragnarok is going to knock on Dumbledore's door and the door will open." Harry reached into his bag for his Transfiguration homework. "We should get to class." He old Ara first. Then Frost. Then, because the letter warranted it and because Sirius was living in the house in Bristol that was technically Harry's and was spending most of his time sleeping 12 hours a night and learning to be in the world again, which was slow and occasionally very difficult and was the work of more than 2 months, he owed Sirius. Sirius's reply came back the same evening and was 6 lines long and mostly punctuation. Ara's reply was 3 pages of next steps, legal strategy, and a postscript that said, "Marchbanks cried when I told him. He'll deny this. Don't bring it up." Frost's reply was 1 line, filing the Wisengamot petition for seat reactivation and grimoire demand simultaneously at 9 tomorrow. "Well done." He wrote back to all 3 and then sat at the desk in the first-year boys' dormitory with the summary page from the judgment in front of him and the cloak folded in his trunk and looked at the document for a while in the quiet of the late evening. Ron Weasley, Bill's youngest brother, who had attached himself to Harry with a friendly persistence that Harry had decided to find endearing rather than overwhelming, was asleep in the next bed. Seamus Finnegan was in the common room. Dean Thomas was reading. Harry looked at the judgment and thought about November of 1981. About a 15-month-old in a burning house and an old man with tremendous good intentions making a series of choices that had accumulated, over 11 years, into something that required 12 pages of goblin legal notation to fully describe. He thought about Ara at 5 in the morning, driving to Bristol. He thought about the diagnostic stylus and the color it had bloomed in the car outside Privet Drive. He thought about a cupboard under the stairs and frozen water in a glass. He folded the judgment back into the envelope and put it in his trunk. Then he took out his charms homework and did it, because there was a lesson at 9 and Flitwick was actually excellent and he had questions about the harmonic theory of summoning charms that he wanted to ask, and the work of recovering what had been taken did not stop the other work, the learning, the daily accumulation of things that were his because he earned them and not because anyone owed them to him. Both things were true simultaneously. He worked until midnight, and the dormitory was quiet around him, and somewhere in the castle above him Dumbledore was presumably processing a document that had arrived through channels he didn't control, and Harry turned a page and kept reading. The grimoire came back on a Friday. This was not subtle. Ragnarok moved on the grimoire 3 days after the judgment, deploying what appeared to be a standard charter breach recovery team, 3 goblins and a legal document, to Dumbledore's office during a Thursday afternoon when Dumbledore was teaching a seminar in the 7th-year Advanced Magic Theory elective. The goblins were inside the office, had the grimoire, and were gone before Dumbledore returned, leaving behind a formal receipt and a bill for services that Harry later heard, through Bill, had made the Gringotts accounting department briefly celebratory. The grimoire arrived in Harry's possession on Friday morning via the same courier owl, in a package that was significantly heavier and more carefully wrapped than the judgment. Harry unwrapped it at the Gryffindor table with the methodical care it deserved, and what emerged was, well. It was 700 years old and it looked it, but in the way of something that had been extremely well made rather than in the way of deterioration. The cover was dark leather gone soft with age, embossed with the Potter family crest in a style that predated the version Harry had seen on the Gringotts seal by at least 4 centuries. The pages, when he carefully opened the first ones, were written in a mix of Latin, early modern English, and what appeared to be at least 3 other languages, each hand different, each section dated. The oldest entry was from 1312, the most recent from October of 1981, 2 weeks before Godric's Hollow. He looked at the most recent entry. The handwriting was his father's. He knew it from the letters he'd found in the vault items that had already been returned. James Potter had a very particular hand, slightly slanted, confident in a way that was absolutely characteristic. The entry was short. For Harry. This is yours by line and learning both. Everything we were is in here. Start at the beginning and go slowly, not because it's difficult but because it rewards care. I love you. James H. Potter, October 19, 1981. The same date as the will. Harry sat at the Gryffindor breakfast table with 700 years of family magic in his hands and read his father's handwriting and said nothing and felt a great deal, and Neville poured him tea without being asked and didn't say anything either, which was the exact right thing. After a moment Harry turned back to the first page. Linfred of Stinchcombe, Anno Domini 1312. He started reading. Dumbledore's response to the grimoire recovery was not, as Harry had half expected, a confrontation. It was a conversation. He caught Harry between classes on Friday, not summoned, not formal, just fell into step beside him in the corridor in a way that managed to be both casual and inevitable. The grimoire has been recovered, Dumbledore said. Yes, Harry said. He kept walking. I appreciate the efficiency. I want you to know, Dumbledore began. That you were going to give it back, Harry said. I believe that. I also believe the timing was indefinite, which is a meaningful distinction from intent. He glanced sideways at the old man, who was keeping pace with him easily despite the age difference. Is that what you wanted to tell me? I wanted to tell you that there are items in that grimoire, magical workings, that require context to use safely. Your family's magic is extraordinary, Harry. Some of what your ancestors developed it requires guidance. Harry stopped walking. He looked at Dumbledore with the direct patience he'd been practicing for this specific conversation. I have Ara, he said. I have Marchbanks. I have Bill Weasley. I have the 700 years of context written into the book itself, by people who understood its limitations. He paused. When I need guidance that none of them can provide, I'll ask you. Is that a workable arrangement? Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. He was doing the recalibrating thing again, the 4-second pause, the search for the right approach to a conversation that wasn't going the way any conversation he'd had in the last 50 years had gone. There is a portrait of your parents in my office, he said, unexpectedly. It was commissioned in the months before, they never saw it finished. I've kept it. A pause. I thought you might like to visit it. Harry looked at him. He looked for the strategy in this and found it easily. The portrait was a warmth gesture, a proof of genuine feeling, a reframing of Dumbledore as the keeper of Harry's parents' memory rather than the person who had dismantled their plans for Harry's protection. It was real care deployed as mechanism, which was Dumbledore's constant, complicated method. It was also a portrait of his parents that he had never seen. Yes, Harry said. I'd like that. Dumbledore nodded. They stood in the corridor, the castle moving around them, students flowing past. I am not your enemy, Dumbledore said, quietly. It was almost exactly what Harry had said to him in their first meeting. I know, Harry said. That doesn't mean everything you've done is right. He met the headmaster's eyes. I think you know that too. I think you've known it for some time and haven't had anyone say it to you directly. He picked up his bag. I have transfiguration. He left. He was 3 corridors away before he allowed himself to think about the portrait. The portrait was real. He went on Sunday afternoon, when the castle was quiet and the headmaster's office was available by invitation. Dumbledore was there but sat at his desk with papers, clearly and deliberately not making the visit about himself, which was, Harry noticed, a form of discipline. It was hard for people who were used to being central to stand at the edge of a moment, and Dumbledore was doing it. The portrait was on the wall to the left of the window. It was large, painted in a style that was slightly impressionist for wizarding portraiture, loose with color, warm with light, and it showed his parents together, his father standing with one hand on the back of his mother's chair, his mother sitting and looking slightly sideways at something outside the frame in the particular way of people who've been told to pose and can't quite stop being interested in something else. The portrait James was looking at the portrait Lily with an expression that was completely recognizable from Sirius's description, slightly amazed, affectionate, as if the looking was its own activity regardless of everything else. The portrait Lily turned when Harry came in. And her eyes, his eyes, Ara's eyes in the shape and not the color, the Evans eyes, went to Harry and stayed there with a quality that was different from any portrait Harry had encountered, which were generally characterized by a kind of comfortable interested distance. This was, present. Immediately present. Harry, she said. He stood in front of the portrait and looked at his mother and she looked at him and the room was very quiet. Hi, he said, and his voice came out even, which he was briefly proud of. You look like both of us, she said. I wasn't sure which way it would go. Your father thought you'd be all Potter, I thought all Evans, and we were both wrong. She was looking at him the way people looked at things they had been very afraid they might not get to see. You're all right, she said, and it wasn't quite a question. I'm all right, he said. Ara, she found me when I was 5, Harry said. She's the best person I know. The portrait Lily closed her eyes for a moment. Something moved through her expression, relief, the specific kind that had been held for years, and then she opened her eyes and they were very bright. Of course she is, she said. She always was. She looked at him steadily. Tell me something. Tell me who you are. He stood in front of the portrait of his mother in the headmaster's office and told her. Not the tactical summary, not the legal framework, the real answer. He told her about Ara's kitchen table and the diagnostic readings and the unraveling rite and the stones turning in the morning light and Neville and Luna and Sirius coming out of the ministry into daylight and the grimoire with his father's writing in it and all the things he knew now about the world and himself and how he moved through it. She listened to all of it with her eyes on his face. James had been listening too. Harry knew it from the quality of the portrait James's silence, which was the kind that was very full. When Harry stopped talking, his father said, the pre-standardization casting. Marchbank's curriculum, Harry said. Ara kept all his lecture notes. His father looked at him with that expression, the one Sirius had described, the slightly amazed one. Your grandfather would have been, he stopped. He would have had opinions about Marchbanks. Loudly. They disagreed about theoretical foundations. What did my grandfather think? He thought Marchbanks was brilliant and wrong about everything, James said. He would have respected the results. He was practical like that. He paused. You're practical like that. I get it from Ara, Harry said. She gets it from Mum. His mother made a sound that was almost a laugh. Your grandmother, she said, would like you enormously. You have her stubbornness. She was looking at him with the full settled attention of someone who has stopped being afraid of not having enough time. Dumbledore. You've been direct with him. Yes. Good. She said it without hesitation. He is, I loved him, in the way you love a teacher who changes what you think is possible. But he does this thing where she paused. He builds a cage out of love and then stands at the door of it looking sad that you're inside. I should have seen it sooner. She looked at Harry. You saw it before you were old enough to read. Ara saw it, Harry said. I listened. That's also a skill, his father said. Harry stood in front of the portrait for a while longer and they talked, about the grimoire, about specific entries his father suggested he read early, about James's own time at Hogwarts, the Marauders, the map, the years before the war closed in. His mother asked about Bristol. His father asked about Quidditch with an enthusiasm that was completely uncomplicated, and Harry found, somewhere in the conversation, that he was sitting in Dumbledore's chair with his arms on his knees, leaning forward, talking to his parents, and that it was both not enough and also more than he'd had before, and that both things were true simultaneously, and that was fine. It was fine. When he left, Dumbledore was still at his desk, still not making the moment about himself, and Harry stopped at the door. "Thank you," he said. Dumbledore looked up from his papers. His expression was complex, and tired, and something that might have been the beginning of something that didn't have a clean name. "It's the least of what they deserved," he said. It was what Ollivander had said about Lily's wand. Harry thought about the repetition of it, this thing that people said about his parents, the same words in different mouths, the acknowledgement of a debt that couldn't be settled. "Yes," he said. "It is." He went back to Gryffindor Tower. November moved quickly, in the way of months that are full. Harry attended classes with the comprehensive attention he gave anything worth doing. Transfiguration he loved. McGonagall taught it with a rigorous elegance that rewarded the kind of structural thinking he'd been doing since he was 6. Charms he was very good at, and Flitwick treated him with the particular energy of a professor who had found a student who made the subject more interesting. Potions was Snape, which was its own complex texture. Snape had been briefed, Harry suspected, by Dumbledore before term started. He had also, Harry could read this from the quality of Snape's controlled neutrality in the first lesson, expected someone who could be managed through contempt, which was his standard approach to students who carried too much reputation, and had found instead someone who was genuinely interested in potions and asked good questions and did not react to contempt with either deflation or antagonism, but simply received it as information about the person delivering it and moved on. Snape was brilliant. This was obvious from the first class. He was also in a great deal of ongoing pain that he'd alchemized into a particular kind of cold perfection, and Harry treated him the way he treated most complicated people, with patience and clarity and the complete absence of performance. He did not try to win Snape over. He did not try to provoke him. He brewed carefully, asked questions that were genuine, and accepted Snape's clipped responses as the content they were rather than the manner they arrived in. By November, Snape was marking his work with the meticulous precision of a man who did not want to be impressed and was anyway. He never said this. He didn't need to. Defense against the dark arts was Quirrell, who wore a turban and was nervous in specific ways that Harry found interesting without being able to immediately explain why. He mentioned this to Neville on a Tuesday afternoon in the first week of November. "Nervous how?" Neville said. They were doing herbology practical work, which was Neville's native environment. He moved through the greenhouse with an ease and fluency that he didn't quite have anywhere else, his hands confident with the plants in a way that was entirely unconscious. "Like there are two things happening simultaneously," Harry said. "The surface nervousness, which is social, he's uncomfortable with the teaching role. And something else underneath it. Directional. He repotted a devil's snare cutting with the efficiency of someone who had been learning about plants from Neville for 3 years. Like something has his attention. Has he looked at you specifically? Everyone looks at me specifically. It's the scar. Harry tamped the soil. This is different. It's like, he tried to find the language for it. Like I'm a compass bearing. He keeps recalibrating on me. Neville considered this while doing something precise with the roots of a mandrake. Something he wants? Or something he's afraid of? Harry looked at the devil's snare. Or both. Should we tell someone? I'm telling you, Harry said. Let's watch first. They watched. It took 10 more days before the picture resolved. A Tuesday night, Harry coming back from the portrait visit through a corridor he'd used the cloak to traverse, because the cloak was his and he saw no reason not to use it, and he was therefore invisible when he turned the corner and found Quirrell backed against the wall by a voice that appeared to be coming from inside his own skull, arguing with it in a frantic whisper about something on the third floor. Harry stood very still in his cloak. The voice inside Quirrell was cold and thin and carried the specific quality of something very old and very angry and currently constrained. It was giving instructions. Quirrell was resisting them with the desperate energy of someone who had made a terrible bargain and was daily discovering new dimensions of its terribleness. "The stone," the voice said. "The girl's protection won't hold indefinitely. You have the access. The headmaster suspects. Dumbledore suspects everything and acts on nothing when his sentimentality is engaged. The boy changes things. Move before." Harry walked away down the corridor with the measured pace of someone not rushing, and was 3 turns away before he stopped and let himself think. Voldemort. Not dead, then. Not fully. Something of him remaining, parasitic, attached to a vessel. The Philosopher's Stone. Ara had mentioned Flamel in the context of the sealed vault objects, but he hadn't connected it to Hogwarts specifically. Someone had put the stone in the castle. Dumbledore, presumably, using the third-floor corridor as a secure location. He stood in his invisible corridor and thought about this for exactly as long as it took to determine that the right next step was not to confront Quirrell, not to go directly to Dumbledore, and not to wait. The right next step was information. Complete information. Then action. He went back to Gryffindor Tower and woke Neville up. Neville sat up in bed, blinked once, and said, "Quirrell?" "Yes," Harry said. "And something worse." He told Neville everything. Neville listened with the focused stillness he brought to things that were serious, asking 2 clarifying questions, and when Harry finished, said, "The stone is what Dumbledore stored here for Flamel." "I read about Flamel in a library book," Harry said. "I know. So did I. It's guarded? Obstacles, probably. A series of them." Harry sat on the edge of his bed. "Dumbledore built this. He'll have told himself it was adequate. Is it?" Harry thought about what he knew of Voldemort's capabilities, filtered through the academic history he'd been reading for 5 years, and what he knew of a man who had been reduced to the point of requiring a human host and was still giving strategic instructions. "Adequate for a normal 11-year-old, he said. "Not adequate for what's already in the castle." Neville was quiet for a moment. "What do we do?" "I write to Ara," Harry said. "She needs to know. She has contacts, she'll know if Flamel has been warned, whether there are other security measures in place." He paused. "And I tell Dumbledore. But I tell him in a way that demonstrates I know more than he told me, because he needs to understand that I'm not a child who is being managed. I'm someone who is going to help, and I'm doing it on equal terms. And if Quirrell moves before that?" Harry looked at his wand on the bedside table, yew and holly, spiral construction, the double core that Ollivander had been waiting 20 years to give someone. "Then we handle it," he said. Neville nodded, with the complete straightforward matter-of-factness that Harry found endlessly useful about him. "Okay," he said. "Get some sleep first. You're no good to anyone tired." Harry laughed, very quietly, to avoid waking the others. "That's very practical." "I know," Neville said, and lay back down. He wrote to Ara at 6 in the morning. He went to Dumbledore at 9. He told Dumbledore, in the headmaster's office over tea that neither of them drank, what he'd heard in the corridor. Dumbledore listened with a stillness that was professional, and also, Harry could read this now, after 2 months of these conversations, slightly frightened. Not of Voldemort. Of how Harry had come to know. "You were in the corridor," Dumbledore said. "I have the cloak," Harry said. "It's mine." He met the old man's eyes. "The stone needs more security. Whatever is guarding it is not enough." "How do you know what is guarding it?" "Because you built it," Harry said, with a patient clarity that was not unkind. And I know how you think about these things. You build elegant systems. Puzzles. Things that reward cleverness. He paused. What's in the corridor is not nothing. It's also not adequate against a fragment of Voldemort with a year to work with a desperate human host. Dumbledore looked at him across the desk. The blue eyes were doing something complicated. The stone should be moved, Harry said. If not moved, reinforced. And Quirrell, he's not willing. Whatever arrangement he made, he's being coerced. That matters, for how it ends. He set down his untouched tea. I'm not here to manage this for you. I'm here because I know things and I thought you should know I know them. What you do with it is yours. And what will you do with it? Dumbledore asked, quietly. Stay ready, Harry said. Which I'd be doing anyway. He stood up. Harry, Dumbledore said. He stopped. Then, the 3 sealed objects. Harry stilled. You've been wondering about them, Dumbledore said. Gringotts will recover them. Within the next month, I expect, given Ragnarok's current enthusiasm. His voice was very careful. When you have them, and when you read what they are, I ask that you come to me before you do anything with the information. Not because I want to manage it. Because some of what they contain is context. That I owe you. Harry looked at him for a long moment. Dumbledore met his gaze without the management face on, without the warm authority performance. He looked, in this particular moment, simply like an old man who had done things he couldn't undo and was trying to determine the least harmful path through what was left. All right, Harry said. He went to Transfiguration. The Sword of the Morning came back in November, recovered by the Gringotts team from a ministry vault where it had been placed under a research hold designation in 1983. Bill told Harry the morning it was retrieved, with a note that said, "It's real. I've never seen anything like it. Bring a steady hand when you open the case." The case arrived on a Thursday, Gringotts courier again, and Harry opened it in the dormitory with Neville watching. The sword was, Bill had been accurate. It was pre-Norman, the blade a metal that Harry couldn't immediately identify and that Neville, who had been reading materials science for the herbological applications, thought might be an alloy with no modern equivalent. The hilt was simple, functional, with a single line of inscription in a script that took Harry an hour to identify as Proto-Gaelic. He took the grimoire off his shelf and worked through the translation carefully. Forged for the first keeper. True to the last blood. He put the sword back in its case and sat for a while. The first keeper, Neville said. Potter line goes back to Linfred of Stinchcombe, 1290-something, Harry said. The sword is pre-Norman. That's earlier. He looked at the case. The inscription says first keeper. Not first owner. There was someone before Linfred. Which means the family line goes back further than the Gringotts records. Or the sword was passed to the Potters and the inscription records an earlier keeper. Harry put the grimoire back on his shelf. Either way, there's more history here than anyone told me. Also usual, Neville said, drilly, which was unusually dry for Neville and meant he was genuinely annoyed on Harry's behalf. Harry looked at the case. At his family in a sword older than the records of his family. At the accumulated weight of things that had been taken and were coming back, one by one, building up into a picture that kept growing with every new piece. The 3 sealed objects, he said. From Dumbledore's comment, Neville said. He knows what they are. He does. Harry had been thinking about this for 3 weeks. He said context I owe you. He said before you do anything with the information. He looked at Neville. What information could be in a vault object that requires prior context before acting on it? Neville thought. Something about the prophecy, he said. Something that changes how you understand it. Or something that changes what the prophecy was actually for, Harry said. They looked at each other. The sealed objects are about Voldemort, Neville said. Or about what Dumbledore planned to do about Voldemort, Harry said. Using me. He was very calm. The emotional environment anchor. The suppressed development. The narrative of being small and grateful. The prophecy as a cage. He looked at his wand on the bedside table. He built an 11-year architecture to produce a specific person at a specific moment. And the sealed objects will tell me what that specific moment was supposed to look like. Neville was quiet for a while. Then, you already know what it was supposed to look like. Marchbanks told Ara, Harry said. Before I was old enough to hear it directly. She told me when I was 9. He looked at the window, the November darkness outside, the first snow beginning on the grounds. The person who walks to meet their death because they trust the person who sent them. Neville said nothing. I'm not angry about it anymore, Harry said. I worked through that a long time ago. He turned from the window. I'm just going to make sure it goes differently. The sealed objects arrived on a Friday in early December. 3 items, wrapped in the specific grey binding that Gringotts used for objects recovered under charter breach proceedings, delivered by Courier Owl to Harry's hands directly, requiring his blood print on the delivery acknowledgement. He took them to a corner of the library that was empty at this hour, afternoon light coming in through the high windows, and he sat alone with them for a moment before he opened anything. Ara had told him that morning, the sealed objects are being delivered today. I already know what 2 of them are from the charter breach documentation. The third I don't. Read them in this order, first, second, third. Trust the order. A pause in the writing, then, I'm proud of you. That's not management. It's just true. He followed the order. The first object was a locket. It was gold and heavy, with a serpent inlaid on the front in green enamel, and when he opened it, there was a note inside, not parchment, but something older, treated material, in very small cramped handwriting that he didn't recognize. He read it 3 times and his understanding of the last 11 years shifted in a specific way, not dramatically, just, settled into a new shape that accommodated everything that had come before and added one central new fact. The locket was a Horcrux. Not active, the soul fragment had been removed, the object cleansed, sometime in the distant past before it came into Potter family hands, and it was in the vault as documentation rather than as a threat. The note explained what Horcruxes were. What making one required. How many Voldemort had made. 7. He had made 7. Harry sat with this for a while. The library light moved. He heard footsteps somewhere distant and they didn't come near him. He thought about Quirrell and the corridor and the cold thin voice, and about a man who had fractured his own soul 7 times in the pursuit of permanence, and about what that meant for the prophecy, and about what Dumbledore had known since when. He opened the second object. It was a journal, densely written in Dumbledore's hand, not a personal diary, but a research journal. It covered 20 years, starting in the 60s, and it was a detailed account of Dumbledore's investigation into Horcruxes, his identification of which objects Voldemort had chosen, his development of a strategy for their destruction, and the point at which the strategy had incorporated Harry. Not as a co-conspirator. As a piece. There was a section, about 2/3 through the journal, that Ara had apparently known about, because when Harry reached it he found that someone, very recently, in the last month, the ink was barely dried, had written a single word in the margin in Ara's small precise handwriting. No. Just that. One word. Very quiet, very certain, and more comforting than anything more elaborate could have been. The 7th Horcrux, the journal explained, was not an object. It was not intentional. It was the fragment of Voldemort's soul that had been dislodged on the night of Godric's Hollow when the killing curse rebounded, and which had embedded itself, in the chaos of that rebound, in the only living thing in its immediate path. Harry read this twice. Then he put the journal down very carefully on the library table and looked at the high windows for a while. He was a Horcrux. Had been one since he was 15 months old. This was what Dumbledore had known since at least the late 80s based on the journal dating, what the suppression seal and the blood ward anchor had been building toward, what the prophecy as cage had been for. A person who trusted the right guide enough to walk willingly to his death. To let Voldemort kill the Horcrux without knowing that was what he was doing. Harry sat in the library and felt this land. Then he reached for the third object. It was a file. Inside it was a single memory, preserved in the particular silver-blue suspension of a pensive ready extract. The label, in the same cramped handwriting as the locket note, said, "For Harry Potter, when he is old enough. Ellie Lily Evans." His mother. A memory, removed and preserved and put in the Potter vault, not recently, not by Dumbledore, but years ago, before Godric's Hollow. He picked up the file very carefully and held it in both hands and looked at it in the afternoon light. Then he put it in his inside pocket, gathered the other two objects, and went to find Dumbledore. The headmaster was in his office, and his expression when Harry came through the door told Harry that he already knew, the courier owl's arrival, presumably, had been visible. He stood when Harry came in. He didn't try to manage his expression. He just stood and waited. 7 Horcruxes, Harry said. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I'm one of them." "Yes." Harry set the research journal on Dumbledore's desk. He did not sit. He stood in the middle of the office and felt the full weight of the afternoon behind him and looked at the old man steadily. "You knew," he said. "And you planned, the suppression seal, the emotional architecture, the narrative of being small and grateful." "Yes," Dumbledore said, and his voice had the specific quality of someone who has stopped defending themselves. "I intended for you to understand yourself as someone who would walk willingly to the end when the time came. I convinced myself that if you didn't know, if you arrived at it organically through trust and love, it would be cleaner," Harry said. "Not contemptuous. Just accurate. Less distressing for the piece on the board." Dumbledore closed his eyes for a moment. "There's a memory," Harry said. He put his hand to his inside pocket, felt the file there. "My mother's. Left in the vault before she died." He looked at Dumbledore. "Did you know she left it?" "No," Dumbledore said. No. I didn't know." Harry looked at him for a moment. "Then, there is a way to remove the Horcrux without killing me." Dumbledore opened his eyes. "I'm not certain, Ara is," Harry said. "She's been working on the theoretical framework for 3 years. She identified the soul fragment in the blood diagnostic when I was 5. She didn't tell me what it was until I was old enough. She's been building the methodology since then." He paused. "Blood magic. Which she is the best living practitioner of. The fragment can be separated and destroyed without killing the host. It requires precision and a specific ritual construct that she's been developing for 3 years. He held Dumbledore's gaze. "It doesn't require me to die." The office was very quiet. "The other Horcruxes need destroying," Harry said. "I know what they are from the journal. The locket is already clean, the diary is presumably destroyed or findable, the ring, the cup, the diadem, the snake." He'd been processing the list since the library. "That's the work. The real work. Destroying 6 objects and then removing the fragment from me, and then Voldemort is mortal and the prophecy resolves on its own terms." He paused. "Not as a sacrifice. As a campaign." Dumbledore sat down very slowly in his chair. He looked like a man who had carried something for a very long time and was being offered the option of setting it down and wasn't sure yet if his arms remembered how to not hold it. "The third sealed object," Harry said. "My mother's memory. I haven't looked at it yet. I wanted to come here first." He looked at the old man. "As agreed." A long silence. "I was wrong," Dumbledore said. It was very quiet and very direct and clearly cost something. I have been wrong for a very long time, and I use the rightness of certain things, the love I have for this world, the genuine fear of what Voldemort is, to justify the wrongness of others. He looked at Harry. There is no framework in which what I did to you is defensible. I have been trying to find one for 20 years and it doesn't exist. Harry looked at him. I'm telling you this not because it changes anything or because I deserve anything in return, Dumbledore said. I'm telling you because you came to me with evidence and information and gave me the courtesy of direct honesty, and you have done that consistently, and you deserve the same in return. He paused. What do you need from me? Access, Harry said immediately. To everything you know about the Horcruxes. Every location you've identified or suspect. Every defensive measure Voldemort put in place. He paused. And the prophecy. The full text. Not the version you've been using as a narrative device. The actual words. Dumbledore reached into his desk and produced a file identical in style to Lily's memory, silver blue, carefully preserved. He set it on the desk. Harry picked it up. He put it in his other pocket, opposite his mother's. I'll be in touch about the framework Ara has developed, Harry said. She'll want to come to Hogwarts to discuss it with you. She'll be formidable, Dumbledore said. Very, Harry agreed. He went to the door. Stopped. The portrait. Can I come back this evening? Whenever you like, Dumbledore said. It is yours. Harry nodded. He went into the corridor and walked back toward Gryffindor Tower with both files in his pockets, one his mother's and one the prophecy, and the afternoon light making long shadows through the castle windows, and the sword of the morning in his trunk, and the grimoire on his shelf, and his wand at his hip, and 12 items now down to 11, and an accounting that was almost, complete. Chapter 6, The prophecy was always a cage. The memory arrived in December like winter itself, without ceremony, simply there, cold and clear and demanding. Harry watched it on a Sunday morning in Dumbledore's office, alone, which was how he'd asked for it. The pensieve was an ornate stone basin on a side table, and Dumbledore had shown him the mechanics of it and then left, closing the door behind him with the deliberateness of someone doing penance through the practice of restraint. Harry had stood in front of the pensieve for a while with the file in his hand before he tipped it in. The memory was from 1979. He could tell from the quality of it. Memories had texture. Marchbanks had taught him, you could read the emotional state of the person who'd preserved them in the way the images moved and lit. This one was urgent. Carefully made but urgent, the way you made something when you weren't sure how much time you had. His mother was 20 years old and sitting at a desk in what appeared to be the potter's study at Godric's Hollow, bookshelves, afternoon light, a window showing a garden going yellow-brown with autumn. She was looking directly at where Harry was standing, which was the particular quality of memories preserved specifically for viewing. She'd known exactly where the viewer would be placed. She looked like Ara. That was the first thing. Not in coloring but in the set of the jaw, the quality of the attention, the specific way she held herself that communicated that she was not the kind of person who made herself smaller for rooms. Harry, she said. If you're watching this, it's been a while. I hope not too long. She paused. There are things I need to tell you that I don't know how to say in a letter, so this seemed better. Your father thinks I'm being overly cautious. I think I'm being exactly the right amount of cautious. She leaned forward very slightly. I know about the Horcrux, she said. Harry stood completely still in the pensive memory. I know you are one. I know it because I was, a very good arithmancer, and the math of what happened that night at the manor, when Voldemort first tried to kill a child and found he couldn't, has only one explanation. Her voice was absolutely steady. A fragment of his soul needs an anchor in the living world when the main body is destroyed. It's automatic, like a reflex. It goes to the nearest life. That night, the nearest life was a 6-month-old. She paused. Not you. Not yet. But I've been watching the pattern and I know what it means for what comes next. She knew before Godric's Hollow. She had known for 2 years before she died. "I've been working on the separation methodology," she said. "Blood magic, at its most fundamental, the kind that doesn't require a wand, the kind that's written into the living architecture of the body. I have the theoretical framework complete. I've been writing it up for Ara. She's the best blood reader I know, she's better than me at the practical application, she'll find you." Something moved through her face, brief, contained. "She'll find you and she'll read you and she'll know, and when she does, this methodology is for her. It's what she'll need." Harry's throat was doing something specific and he let it. "There is a ritual construct," his mother continued, and her voice had shifted into the register he recognized from Ara's work, precise, technical, the thing that happened when brilliant people discussed something they were certain of. "It requires 3 components, a blood magic reader of significant skill, a space where the magical and physical can be simultaneously addressed, Hogwarts works, the foundations are old enough, and the heir's willing, informed consent. Not ignorant compliance. Consent." She looked directly at him. "That word matters, Harry. No one gets to make this choice for you. Not me, not Ara, not whoever is the headmaster when this becomes urgent. You." He breathed. "The details are in the document I've sent with this, a paper, sealed to Evans' blood, that Ara will have known how to access since she was old enough to open it. She'll have it. The methodology is complete." She paused. "I want to be clear about something. You are not a sacrifice. You were never meant to be a sacrifice. The fact that someone's plan for you involved you dying is not a fact about your nature or your purpose. It's a fact about their failure of imagination." Her voice had something fierce in it now. "You are James's son and my son and Ara's nephew and your own person, and you are going to live a very long and very complicated life, and that is not negotiable." She leaned back in her chair. Something in her expression softened. "Your father sends his love," she said. "He doesn't know I'm making this. He'll say something embarrassing about it if he finds out. He cries at portraits, he'll definitely cry at this." The ghost of a smile. "Tell him I said so. He'll deny it. He always denies it." A pause. "I love you," she said. Simply. "I have loved you since before I knew what you were going to be, since before you were anything except a possibility, and none of what comes after changes that. None of it." She looked at him with those eyes, his eyes, for one more moment. "Now go do something remarkable. I'll be watching." The memory ended. Harry came out of the pensive and stood in Dumbledore's office in the December morning and felt the full weight of it land. Not grief exactly, he'd been processing the shape of grief for a long time, making room for it, learning to carry it without being flattened by it. This was something different. Something that sat in the chest the way certainty sat, warm and structural. She had known. She had prepared. She had trusted Ara before any of this started. He sat in Dumbledore's chair for a while. He picked up his wand from the desk and turned it in his hand the way he did when he was thinking, the familiar weight of it, the slight warmth. Then he went to find Neville, because there was work to do. The work began in January and moved faster than Harry had told anyone to expect, because Ara arrived at Hogwarts on the 2nd of January with a leather satchel and Lily's methodology paper and the particular expression of a woman who had been waiting to do this specific thing for 6 years. She came through the front doors with the brisk directness of someone who had arranged permission in advance through Frost and the Wisengamot's Education Oversight Committee and had specifically not asked Dumbledore for access, which meant her authorization came from a direction he couldn't administratively redirect. McGonagall met her at the entrance hall and shook her hand with the warmth of two people who had respected each other from a distance for some time and were glad to finally be in the same room. Harry was waiting at the bottom of the stairs. Ara looked at him for a moment when she came in. He'd grown since September, was the first thing, and there was something different in how he stood, not just the height but the quality of being present, something settled and clear that hadn't been there in quite this form before. She read people the way she read blood, and what she read in him now was complete. Like a chord that had found all its notes. "You read the memory," she said. "Yes." He picked up her satchel before she could argue about it. "She left you the methodology paper in Evans' blood seal." "I've had it since I was 23, Ara said. "I didn't know what it was for until I met you." She looked at him steadily. She knew, Harry. She had the whole picture. "I know." He moved toward the corridor. Dumbledore's made a room available. McGonagall helped choose it, 3rd floor, old warding room from the castle's original construction. "Ara." He stopped and turned back to her. "The methodology. Are you certain?" She looked at him the way she'd looked at him in the car outside Privet Drive when he was 5 years old and sick and scared and trying not to show it, and she was 37 years old and had been preparing for this specific moment for most of her adult life. "I am," she said. "Good," he said, and led her into the castle. Dumbledore met them in the warding room. He had aged, Harry thought, since September, not physically, precisely, but in the way of someone who had put down a weight and found the muscles that had been holding it sore and visible. He looked at Ara the way complicated people looked at things they had wronged, with the specific combination of guilt and genuine respect and the conscious decision not to let the guilt turn into self-indulgence. "Arabella," he said. "Albus," Ara said. It was the first time Harry had heard her use his first name. It landed precisely, not friendly, not hostile. Accurate. She opened the satchel and laid the methodology paper on the table without preamble. It was dense, 26 pages of Lily's small precise handwriting, annotated in Ara's margins with 6 years of practical development, the theory and the application knitted together by 2 women who had never been in the same room while they were writing it. Dumbledore read it. He read slowly, going back twice on specific passages the way professionals did. When he finished he looked up, and what was in his expression was something Harry hadn't seen there before, not the managed warmth, not the authority, not the guilt. Something cleaner and older. "It will work," he said. "Yes," Ara said. "I know. I could have," he stopped. "You could have been honest with me 16 years ago," Ara said. "Not in accusation. In fact. You knew about the Horcrux. You knew about Lily's methodology, or you should have, if you'd been looking at the right things. You chose a different path." She held his gaze. "I'm not here to relitigate that. I'm here to do what my sister prepared us to do." She paused. "But I want you to know that I know the whole picture. And I need you to be helpful and honest from this moment forward, not for my sake or yours but for Harry's." Dumbledore looked at her for a long moment. Then he nodded, once, with a gravity that was entirely real. "Tell me what you need," he said. "The castle's cooperation," Ara said. "The warding room's original construction is good, pre-Hogwarts, which is what the methodology specifies. The foundations need to predate the object being addressed. Hogwarts qualifies." She pulled out a diagram, a ritual construct, geometric and precise. 3 sessions. First session maps and isolates the fragment. Second session begins the separation. Third completes it and destroys the fragment in place. She looked at Harry. "Between sessions, you'll feel different. Your core will be processing the separation. Don't try to do magic during the processing windows. Let it work." "How different?" Harry said. "Like something is being rearranged," she said. "Which is accurate." "It is." She held his gaze. "It will not be pleasant. It will not be dangerous. And when it's complete, I'll be clear," he said. "You'll be clear," she agreed. "Clean. Whole." She paused. "What you were always supposed to be." Harry looked at the ritual diagram. At the precise geometric lines of his mother's thinking, refined and ready after 16 years of waiting for the right moment. "When do we start?" he said. "Tomorrow morning," Ara said. "First light. The castle's ambient magic is cleanest at dawn." He nodded. Outside the warding room's small high window, January was doing its grey-bright thing, frost on the glass. He stood with the two most important adults in his life looking at a diagram built by his dead mother and thought about the way things were supposed to end and the way they were going to end instead, and the space between those two things was the whole point. "Tomorrow," he said. "Good." Neville came to find him that evening in the Gryffindor common room where Harry was sitting by the fire pretending to read his charms text. Neville sat beside him and looked at the fire for a while. "Tomorrow," he said. "First light. I'll be up." He said it the way he said most things, plainly, as a statement of fact rather than a declaration. He would be up. That was the shape of it. Harry looked at the fire. The common room was animated around them, people coming back from dinner, someone's chess set arguing with itself in the corner, Hermione Granger at a table near the window with a stack of books that would have worried a structural engineer, all the normal texture of Gryffindor Tower in January. "Neville," Harry said. "Yeah. The other Horcruxes. The ones that aren't me." He kept his voice low, not paranoid, just private. "I need to start planning the campaign. Dumbledore has the location intelligence. After tomorrow, after the sessions, I want to begin mapping it properly." "All of them," Neville said. "All of them. And Quirrell is still," Harry looked at the fire. "Voldemort is still in the castle. The stone is still here. We solve Quirrell before we go after the others. That's the immediate problem." Neville nodded, thinking. "How?" "Ara," Harry said. "She can do the same diagnostic read on Quirrell that she did on me. If she can get close enough to read the possession signature, we'll know the depth of it. Whether it's parasitic or cooperative, how much of Quirrell is still there." He paused. "If most of him is still there, we help him. We find a way to separate the fragment without killing him. If there's nothing left to help," he stopped. "One problem at a time," Neville said. "One at a time," Harry agreed. They sat with the fire for a while. "What does it feel like?" Neville said. "Knowing what you are. That you have, that there's something there that isn't yours." Harry thought about how to answer honestly. "You know how the suppression seal felt? When Grinnock was removing it, that sense of something having been there so long that you'd stopped registering it as external? You've described it," Neville said. "This is different. The seal was built from outside. This thing, the fragment, it's been there since I was 15 months old. It doesn't feel wrong, exactly. It doesn't feel like anything, because I've never known what without it feels like." He looked at his hands. "Which is the point? It's not supposed to feel external. It's supposed to feel like part of me. But it isn't." "No." Harry looked at the fire. "Tomorrow I find out what I actually am, separate from anything Voldemort put in me. And I am," he stopped, then smiled, quick and genuine. "I am quite interested in finding out." Neville smiled back. "Me too," he said. The first session happened at 6 in the morning with the grey January dawn just beginning at the warding room's high window. Harry, Ara, Dumbledore, and McGonagall, who had been asked because Lily's methodology called for a second witness and because she was, in Ara's assessment, exactly the kind of person you wanted in the room when something real happened. McGonagall had arrived early. She had read the methodology paper the previous evening when Ara had sent it ahead, and she'd come into the room this morning with a quality of presence that Harry found useful, not emotional, not performing anything, just there in the way of someone who understood the weight of a moment and respected it by being solid. Harry sat in the center of the warding room. Ara began. The first session was the mapping, finding and isolating the fragment, tracing its architecture within his magical signature the way she'd once traced the suppression seal, but deeper, more complex, more intimate. She worked with her diagnostic instruments and with Lily's ritual construct simultaneously, her hands moving with the focused precision that was her specific excellence, building the image of what was there and where it was and how it connected. Harry felt it. He felt her find it, a sensation somewhere between the unraveling rite and the frozen glass in the cupboard, a temperature change in the deep interior of himself, something being seen that had never been looked at directly before. He kept his breathing steady. Dumbledore watched from the far wall. His hands were folded and his face was very still. McGonagall stood beside him and her jaw was set with the particular determination of someone refusing to let what they were feeling interfere with being useful. It took 2 hours. When Ara stepped back and said first session complete, she said it with a steadiness that Harry knew was professional discipline over something more. He could see it in the set of her shoulders, the specific way she put her instruments away. He stood up carefully. His legs were fine. His core was processing something, a hum that wasn't quite magic and wasn't quite sensation but was both, deeper than either. "How do you feel?" Ara said, in the clinical register. "Like a room being reorganized," he said. "Which you said?" "Yes." She looked at him with those reading eyes. "Eat. Rest. No magic today. I have classes." "You have classes you can sit through without casting anything." "Today, yes." She began packing her satchel. "Tomorrow will be harder than today. The second session is the separation, that's the structural work." "And the third?" "The third," she said, "is where it ends." Quirrell happened on the second night. Harry didn't choose it. He woke at 2 a.m. to his scar blazing, not painfully, exactly, but with the focused insistence of a signal, and he was out of bed and dressed and had the cloak on before his conscious mind fully caught up to what his instincts were already doing. The third-floor corridor. He moved through the castle in the cloak, quick and silent, and what he found when he reached the locked door was that it was already open. The logic of it, Voldemort moving now, during Ara's sessions, feeling the separation beginning through their connection and knowing the window was closing, landed as he went through the door. He went through all of it. The devil's snare, which responded to his wandless light with an ease that Sprout would have approved of. The key chamber, which he navigated with the broomstick and a competence that was purely mechanical, his mind already on what came next. The chess set, which he moved through using the logic he'd learned from Neville's strategy games, sacrificing efficiently. The potion logic, which he solved in 3 minutes. Each obstacle built for a student who had to discover it, work through it, be tested by it, each one resolved by someone who had been preparing for 7 years and was in a hurry. The last chamber was Quirrell standing in front of the mirror of Eriste. Voldemort's voice came the moment Harry crossed the threshold. Thin, cold, recognizing, and uncertain, in a way that it hadn't been in the corridor. Harry heard the uncertainty. He stood in the chamber and felt the hum in his core, the ongoing processing of Ara's first session, and looked at Quirrell and the mirror. "Harry Potter," Quirrell said, in his own voice first, and what Harry heard underneath the possession was a man who was exhausted down to the bone. "Professor Quirrell," Harry said. "How much of you is still in there?" Silence. Then, in a different register, not Voldemort's voice and not quite his own, "Enough. Enough to be helped?" Voldemort's cold voice overrode him. "You cannot help him. He is mine. As you were mine," a pause. "As you are no longer mine, which is interesting. Something is changing in you, boy. Something is, removing, yes," Harry said. "I know. That's what I'm here to stop you from interfering with." He moved into the chamber proper, keeping his distance from Quirrell without backing toward the door. "The stone is in the mirror. You know I won't take it for you. Quirrell knows he can't take it without me." He looked at the professor's face, the eyes that had been frightened all term, still frightened, but aware, more present than he'd been in the corridor. "Professor. The Horcrux in my blood is being removed. When it's gone, Voldemort loses the last living tether he has outside of his own preserved Horcruxes. He will no longer be strong enough to maintain possession." He kept his voice even. "If you can hold on until the third session, 3 days from now, this ends without you dying." Quirrell stared at him. The double quality of his eyes, the surface terror and the deeper awareness, shifted. Voldemort's voice was very cold. "He is lying." "I'm not lying," Harry said. "I'm explaining the mechanics. You can check it yourself, you can read your connection to me. You can feel the separation starting." He paused. "You're afraid of losing the tether because you know what it means for you. But the tether was never yours to keep." A long silence. The mirror stood between them, showing Harry something that he deliberately didn't look at, because the mirror showed what you wanted most and he did not have time for that right now. 3 days, Quirrell said, in the voice that was his own. "I can, 3 days, do not," Voldemort's voice went very sharp. "Get out of my head," Quirrell said, with the abrupt ferocity of a man who has been sharing his skull for a year and is suddenly, catastrophically done with it. He said it like a door slamming. His whole body went rigid. "Get out." The struggle lasted about 40 seconds and it was not pleasant to watch. Harry stayed where he was and let it happen, because this was not his thing to intervene in, this was Quirinus Quirrell deciding, in the most fundamental available way, what the terms of his existence were going to be. When it settled, Quirrell was sitting on the floor with his back against the stone wall and his face in his hands and the turban quality of his head reduced somehow, the presence behind it diminished. "Not gone. Waiting." "He's still there," Quirrell said, muffled. "I know. He will be, until the third session." Harry crouched down to his level, which was a gesture he'd learned from Ara, the specific choice to put yourself at someone's eye line rather than standing over them. "Can you last 3 days?" Quirrell looked up. His face without the possession's full force was, younger than Harry had realized. Frightened in a specific way that was just his own fear, not an amplified version. I wanted to understand him. His magic. I know, Harry said. The wanting made sense. The path was wrong. Quirrell looked at him. "You're 11. 12 in 2 weeks, Harry said. "Can you make it 3 days?" A silence. Then, quietly, "Yes." "Good." Harry stood. "Stay in your quarters. Don't come near the warding room. Don't try to access the stone again." He looked at the mirror. "It'll stay where it is. He can't get it without you and he can't get it through you anymore." He turned toward the door. "Potter," Quirrell said. Harry stopped. "How are you not afraid of anything?" Harry thought about this honestly. "I am afraid of things," he said. "I'm afraid of failing the people I love. I'm afraid of the work not being enough." He paused. "But I'm not afraid of Voldemort specifically, if that's what you mean. I'm not afraid of him because I've understood him for a long time." He looked at the chamber around them, the obstacles Dumbledore had built, the mirror at the center of it all, showing everyone what they most wanted. He's afraid of death. Everything he's done is afraid of death. And something that's that afraid of one thing, he moved toward the door, is comprehensible. Comprehensible things can be addressed. He went back through the chambers. He climbed through the trapdoor. He walked back to Gryffindor Tower in his cloak, through the sleeping castle, and got back into bed. He lay there for a while. His scar was quiet. His core was still humming with Ara's work. He thought about Quirrell on the floor with his face in his hands, about the wanting that had made sense and the path that was wrong, about the gap between those two things that was, in the end, where most harm lived. He fell asleep just before dawn. He told Ara in the morning. All of it. She listened without interrupting, which was how she listened to things that were serious, and when he finished she was quiet for 4 seconds, her 4-second thing, clinical composure over the other thing, and then she said, "The stone. Still in the mirror. Safe. Quirrell. Holding. For now." She looked at him steadily. "You went alone. There wasn't time to get anyone." "Harry, I know," he said. "Next time I have Neville and 30 minutes, I'll do it differently." He held her gaze. "There wasn't a next time last night. There was that moment, and I handled it, and it went well." She looked at him for a long time with those eyes. Then, "Yes," she said. "It did." She picked up her satchel. "Second session this morning. You ready?" "Ready," he said. The second session was harder than the first, as promised. The separation was structural, Ara working at the level of his core's deep architecture, finding where the fragment connected, beginning the careful, precise work of drawing it away from what was his. He felt it as something between pulling a thread through dense fabric and the particular ache of a growing joint. Not sharp. Pervasive. The hum from the first session deepened into something more present. McGonagall, again at the wall, watched with the expression of someone absorbing something that would require significant processing time. Dumbledore watched with the expression of a man watching a thing being done correctly that he had spent a long time believing couldn't be done at all. 2 hours. Then done. Ara said second session complete with the same clinical steadiness, and Harry stood and his legs were absolutely fine, and something in the deep interior of himself felt, less crowded, was the only word for it. Like a room with the furniture arranged more sensibly. "Tomorrow," Ara said. "Tomorrow," he agreed. The night before the third session, Harry sat with both files on his desk. His mother's memory and the prophecy. He'd watched the prophecy in the Pensieve 2 months ago, alone, as he'd watched the memory, in Dumbledore's office in November after classes. He knew what it said. He'd been processing it since then in the background, alongside everything else, letting it settle into its proper place in the architecture of the situation. The prophecy was, "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives." He'd read it a dozen times. He understood it better now than Dumbledore had understood it when he'd made his plans around it, because Dumbledore had read it as a sentence, as a fixed narrative with a beginning and an end, and the end was death. Harry had read it as a system of conditions, most of which were already met. Mark him as his equal, done, the scar, the night of Godric's Hollow. Power the Dark Lord knows not, the prophecy didn't specify what this was. Dumbledore had assumed it meant love, in the abstract, and had been right but incomplete. What Voldemort didn't know was preparation. Specifically this preparation, 5 years of unsealed development, a goblin alliance, a legal framework, a family grimoire, a mother's methodology, and the particular power of a person who had never once been told to be afraid of him. Either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. This was the part everyone read as inevitable mutual destruction. Harry read it differently. He had read it differently since he was 9 years old, and Ara had explained Horcruxes to him for the first time, not knowing yet that he was one. Neither can live while the other survives meant the Horcruxes. Voldemort couldn't live, couldn't die, couldn't be mortal, couldn't resolve, while pieces of himself survived. The Horcruxes were the while the other survives. Destroy them all, and the prophecy's condition was met, and either must die at the hand of the other was not a mandate for Harry's death. It was a description of the final encounter between a mortal man and someone who had been made one. He put the files away and went to sleep. The third session. Dawn. Gray January light. Harry sat in the center of the warding room and felt the 2 previous sessions work inside him, the mapping, the separation, the long careful preparation, and felt the morning. Ara stood across from him. She had been preparing this for 6 years. She looked like someone who had been preparing for 6 years and was ready. Consent, she said. The formal beginning of the third session, as Lily's methodology specified. Stated clearly, witnessed by, I consent, Harry said. Fully. Freely. Knowing what is being done and why and what will change afterward. He looked at Ara across the warding room. Get it out of me. Ara smiled, the real one, the quick one, mostly in the eyes. Then she went to work. The third session was different from the other two in the way that a river breaking ice is different from the same river in autumn. The first 2 sessions had been patient, architectural. This was resolving, everything that had been mapped and separated coming to its completion, the fragment pulled fully away from his signature, held in isolation by the ritual construct, and then, Harry felt it happen. The fragment separated clean. He felt the precise moment of it, a release, like the blood-ward anchor but deeper, more fundamental, more entirely interior. Something that had been present since 15 months old, since before memory, simply stopped being there. And what was under it, what was his in the complete unambiguous sense, unfurled into the space with the unhurried confidence of something that had been waiting a very long time and had nowhere to be but here. He heard the fragment go. Not a sound exactly. A cessation. Ara's ritual construct caught it and the blue-white working in the room went very bright for 3 seconds and then was ordinary light again. Silence. Harry opened his eyes. The warding room looked the same. McGonagall's expression was the expression of someone who has just watched something they will carry for the rest of their life. Dumbledore's eyes were closed. Ara was looking at him. Well, he said. She picked up the diagnostic stylus. She hadn't needed to use it since the very first time, in the car outside Privet Drive, but she used it now, pressed the tip to the inside of his wrist and watched the glass barrel fill. It filled gold. Clear, deep, unbroken gold without anything else in it. The way a healthy child's signature should look. His. Nothing else. Clean, she said. Her voice was perfectly steady and her eyes were very bright. Harry. You're completely clean. He looked down at his wrist. At the clean gold reading. At the inside of his wrist where 6 years ago a 5-year-old with a fever had let a stranger take his pulse in the back of a car and that stranger had found a map of everything that was wrong and decided to fix all of it. Good, he said. 3 weeks later, on a Friday evening in February, in the Great Hall during dinner, Quirrell stood up from the staff table in the middle of the meal and walked calmly to the center of the room and fainted. Not dramatically. Not with any magical incident. He simply stood, walked, and went down, and when Madame Pomfrey got to him in 30 seconds and began her examination, the diagnostic showed a man in acute exhaustion with a magical contamination that was now, for the first time in a year, entirely passive, present but untethered, a fragment of foreign soul with nothing to attach to, nothing to power it, floating free and harmless. Ara, who had been waiting for exactly this moment and was in the castle on the pretext of a follow-up diagnostic for Harry, arrived at Madame Pomfrey's side within 5 minutes and had the fragment identified and safely extracted within the hour, using a modified version of Lily's methodology, easier in this case, because Quirrell was not a blood magic heir and the fragment's connection was purely parasitic, and removing it was not surgery so much as eviction. Quirrell woke up 3 hours later in the hospital wing, frail and disoriented and entirely himself. Harry sat in the chair by his bed while Pomfrey was out of the room. Quirrell looked at him. "The stone," he said. His voice was very rough. "Still in the mirror. Dumbledore is returning it to Flamel directly." Harry looked at the professor steadily. "Are you all right?" A long pause. I'm not sure what I am," Quirrell said, with the specific uncertainty of someone who had been shared for a long time and was relearning the singular. "I wanted to study him. I went to Albania because I'd heard, and he was there, and he offered," he stopped. "I thought I could control the arrangement." "You couldn't," Harry said. No. Quirrell looked at the ceiling. I'm sorry. For all of it. Harry looked at him for a moment. The easiest thing in the world would be to deliver a judgment here. The professor had invited a fragment of Voldemort into his body and his school, had endangered students, had tried to steal the stone. These were real things that had real consequences. Harry did not minimize them. He also understood the difference between a man who had made terrible choices out of ambition and desperation and a man who was fundamentally without repair. Quirrell looked like a person who had learned something very thoroughly and would carry it for the rest of his life. Don't be sorry to me, Harry said. Be careful, going forward, about the gap between what you want to understand and what you're willing to do to understand it. He stood up. You'll need time to recover. Take it. He went back to the Great Hall. The Wizengamot session happened in March. Harry wasn't there in person, he was at Hogwarts, in Transfiguration, turning a beetle into a button with the efficiency that had made McGonagall stop by his desk and simply stand there for a moment before moving on. Frost was there. Ara was there. Sirius was there in the visitor gallery, still learning what the world looked and felt like when you were free in it. And Ragnarok, who did not attend Wizengamot sessions as a rule, attended this one because the charter breach resolution and the full formal finding against Dumbledore were the kinds of things a Gringotts senior accounts manager found professionally satisfying to witness. The finding was delivered. The charter breach judgment was confirmed. The fraudulent will was formally invalidated. The full estate was restored to Harry Potter, primary heir, currently 11 years old, held in trust by the confirmed secondary trustee and her solicitor until he came of age. Dumbledore, sitting in his chief warlock's chair at the head of the chamber, received the judgment against him personally with a stillness that was, by report, completely composed. He did not contest it. He did not abstain. When the motion for formal censure of his guardianship practices came to a vote, he voted with the majority. Frost told Harry the result at lunchtime. The owl found him walking between classes with Neville, and he read the summary in the corridor and handed it to Neville and kept walking. Neville read it. That's all of it, he said. That's essentially all of it. Most of it, Harry said. The Horcruxes are the rest. 6 of them. 6. We have the locations for 4 from Dumbledore's research. 2 are uncertain. He picked up his bag. Summer campaign. Neville looked at him sidelong. I'm in. Obviously you're in. Harry started walking. Tell your grandmother. She'll say yes immediately and then write me a long letter about protective precautions. As she should, Harry said. She's very sensible. He went to see Dumbledore that evening. Not summoned, not required. He went because the Wizengamot finding had happened and the work between them had been building to something that required acknowledgement, and Harry was the kind of person who acknowledged things directly. The headmaster was in his office, not at his desk but standing at the window looking out at the grounds in the March evening, the snow finally gone, the lawn going green. He turned when Harry came in. I heard, Harry said. Yes. Dumbledore turned back to the window. It was correct. A pause. All of it. Harry sat in the chair by the desk, the one he'd sat in at 11, hearing his own situation described in goblin legal notation, understanding for the first time the full scope of what had been arranged. He sat in it now differently, the chair accommodating him in the same way but the person in it changed in a way that wasn't about being taller. The Horcruxes, Harry said. This summer. I'll give you everything I have, Dumbledore said, still at the window. My complete research. The methodology I was building, it was slower, and it was structured around you dying at the end of it, which you correctly identified as a failure of imagination. He paused. With Ara's approach and Lily's methodology framework adapted, the remaining 6 can be destroyed without, he stopped. With everyone surviving. Yes, Harry said. The snake will be the last, Dumbledore said. Nagini. She's his familiar and his anchor in one. She'll be with him when the final confrontation happens. I know. Harry looked at the desk. At the portraits. At the office that was full of the history of what had been done and what was being undone. How long? If you move through the Horcruxes systematically this summer, and the 4 with confirmed locations can be destroyed in a matter of weeks if you approach them with preparation, you could have 5 by September. The 6th, Nagini, requires finding Voldemort. Which requires Voldemort to show himself, Harry said. Or requires provoking him into showing himself. Dumbledore turned from the window. Which is dangerous. I know. Harry met his eyes. I'm not reckless. I'm strategic. There's a difference. He paused. When the time comes, when we've destroyed the 5 and we're looking for the 6th, you tell me everything. Every piece of intelligence, every contact, every resource. Not filtered through your judgment about what I can handle. He held the headmaster's gaze. All of it. Yes, Dumbledore said. And after, Harry said. When this is done. The work of rebuilding what Voldemort broke, the work of addressing how the wizarding world got to a place where one man could terrorize it for 20 years, that's political work. It requires the Wisengamot. It requires the institutions functioning correctly. He paused. That work is not yours to manage alone either. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. No, he said. It isn't. The portrait on the wall, his parents' portrait, was catching the evening light. Harry glanced at it. Portrait Lily was listening, her eyes on him with that quality of full attention, and Portrait James's expression was the one Sirius had described at Christmas dinner, the one that was slightly amazed and completely certain. One more thing, Harry said. He reached into his bag and put the research journal on the desk, the one from the sealed vault objects, Dumbledore's 20 years of Horcrux research. Your notes on the Horcrux creation process. There are 3 researchers who've been working the problem from the destruction side and would benefit from your methodology on the creation side. With your permission, I'd like to share it with them. 3 researchers, Dumbledore said carefully. Ara, Marchbanks, and Bill Weasley. Harry looked at him steadily. This isn't a trap. I'm asking you to help. The headmaster looked at the journal for a moment. Then he reached across the desk and picked it up, opened it, added a note on the front page, closed it, and handed it back. Share freely. A.D. Harry put it in his bag. I'll be at Hogwarts until June, he said. Then Bristol for the campaign. Then back in September. He stood. You'll hear from Ara about the summer logistics. I expect I will, Dumbledore said, in a tone that was lighter than it usually was. Not quite dry. Almost. Harry went to the door. Harry. Dumbledore's voice. What you've done this year, what Ara built, what Lily prepared, what you, the word remarkable is inadequate but I don't have a better one. Harry looked at his parents' portrait. His mother was watching. His father's hand had moved to the back of his mother's chair, and his expression had fully resolved into something that didn't have a name that Harry knew, but that felt, at the distance of a painting and an absence that could never be fully filled, like being known. I know a better one, Harry said. What is it? He picked up his bag. Looked at the headmaster. There's, he said. He walked out into the castle, into Hogwarts, which was his as much as it was anyone's, which had been built 900 years ago by 4 people who believed that knowledge was the most fundamental inheritance, which was full of students who were his generation's burden and gift and the reason any of this mattered. He walked through the corridors that had been his father's and his mother's and that were his now, and his footsteps were steady on the stone, and the evening light came in through the high windows and fell across everything equally, the old magic of the place humming at the frequency it always hummed, and Harry Potter walked through it exactly as he was, unsealed, unbound, whole, and entirely unafraid of what came next. Sirius was waiting outside the front doors. He'd been at Hogwarts all day, on Ara's visit pretext, and had apparently decided to wait in the cold rather than in the castle, which was so completely serious that Harry didn't question it. He was sitting on the steps with his hands between his knees, looking at the grounds in the evening quiet, and he looked up when Harry came through the doors and his expression did the complicated quick thing and settled. "How'd it go?" he said. "Well." Harry sat beside him on the steps. The night air was cold and clean and the ground stretched out in the blue-gray of late March dusk. He shared his research. "He's going to be different, going forward." "Different how?" Harry thought about it. "Like someone who's been right for a very long time and has just understood that being right doesn't mean being good," he said. "Which is an uncomfortable place to be, at 85. But he's in it." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "James always said Dumbledore was the only person he'd ever met who genuinely scared him," he said. "Not because he was dangerous. Because he was right too often to argue with and James never found the angle." "The angle was the method," Harry said. "Not the aim." "The aim was mostly correct. The method was unacceptable," Sirius said. "Yes," Harry said. They sat on the steps together in the March cold, the castle at their backs, the grounds in front. "The Horcruxes," Sirius said. "This summer. Will you come? Try and stop me." Harry looked at the grounds, at the dark water of the lake, the forest at the edge of the light, the sky going from blue to black at the horizon with the specific clarity of cold weather. He thought about what was out there, 6 objects that needed destroying, 1 man who needed to be made mortal, a world that had been frightened for too long and was owed the chance to stop being frightened. He thought about Ara's kitchen table and a diagnostic stylus and a 5-year-old with a fever making frost on a concrete floor. He thought about his mother's voice in the memory, its specific fierce certainty, "You are not a sacrifice. You were never meant to be a sacrifice." He thought about his father's handwriting in the grimoire, "Start at the beginning and go slowly. I love you." He thought about the gold in the diagnostic stylus, clean and deep and unbroken, and about all the things that had been taken back, one by one, until the accounting was almost, complete. "Sirius," Harry said. "Yeah. Tell me something embarrassing about my dad." Sirius made the sound, the almost laugh that was real, that had come back in the last 6 months and now arrived easily. "He cried at the end of every Quidditch match," he said. "Win or lose. Just, every time. He said it was the cold air." "It wasn't the cold air. It absolutely was not the cold air." Sirius was grinning. He also kept a secret box of Muggle chocolate under his bed at school for 6 years that he told everyone didn't exist and we all absolutely knew about. "Did you eat it?" "Constantly. He'd pretend to be outraged and then share it anyway." Sirius looked at the grounds. "He was the most transparent liar in the history of Gryffindor. Your mother could read him at 50 paces. He loved that she could." Harry smiled. "The real one. He would have been so." Sirius stopped. Tried again. "He would have been so proud. Both of them. But specifically he would have been," his voice went rough. "He would have looked at you and I think he might have cried," Harry said. "Cold air," Sirius said, thickly. Harry laughed. Full and genuine and unreserved, in the cold March night on the steps of Hogwarts, and Sirius laughed too, and the sound of it went out over the grounds and the lake caught it and somewhere in the portrait room Lily Evans Potter smiled at her husband who was definitely, absolutely not crying. The castle stood behind them. The lake was quiet. The work was not finished but the foundation was solid and the people doing it were the right people and the world ahead was long and full of things worth knowing and doing and becoming. Harry Potter sat on the steps of Hogwarts in his first year and was exactly, completely, unequivocally himself. And that, it turned out, was more than enough.